evening. We are going to get started tonight. It is Monday, May 8th. Are we good to go? Yeah. Okay. It is Monday, May 8th,
Recording
and we are
in
resuming the
progress.
R.T.M. annual budget meeting. I just want to take a moment. I know there are a few people in our R.T.M. who are going through some things tonight, so I just want to send out some thoughts and prayers to some of our members who know who they are. Additionally, we have 3 people who let me know they couldn't make it tonight. Representative Whitney and Gustafson are going to be late. Representative Fritchie is unable to attend tonight. Okay, our first item tonight is item number 10. Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to take roll first. Jumping ahead.
All right. Representative Adams? Here. Amboise? Bailey?
Here.
Amboise online.
Okay. Burrell? Here. Brennan? No. Bright? Here. Casper? Is he on? Okay.
I see his face.
He's on there.
He's there, okay. 6. Surf?
Online? No.
I can't see
She's
her.
here. Oh, yeah, she's online.
Chase? Here. Cop?
Here.
Crockett Hubbard? Dean Chinbrot? Is she there?
No.
Not yet. Eben?
Here.
Frickman? Fritchie? Gardner?
Here.
Gothier? Here. Gibbs? Gustafson? Hainline?
Here.
Hanscom?
Here.
Ivy? Caden? I'm sorry, what did you say, Town Manager?
I just like JC was kicked out. He's
Oh,
coming
okay.
back in.
Okay. Massett? Here. Matt Calray?
Here.
Merritt?
Here.
Norman?
Here.
Aubry?
Here.
Perry?
Here.
Kate Powers?
Here.
S. Powers?
Here.
Pacino?
Here.
Scott?
Here.
Cimarero?
Here.
Thomas?
Here.
V.C. Williams? Watson?
I'm here.
Weaver? Wells?
Here.
Whitney will be later, and Rusk, 30.
Here.
30 at call.
How many?
30.
30 people. Okay, the first item on our agenda is item 1046, Planning and Development Services on page 126.
128.
128.
That's the one.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Oh, boy. All right, so let me pull this up. 1046. I apologize. There we go. Our meeting minutes were a little out of order. Count 1046, Office of Planning and Development Services. Motion to approve and second by Kopp and Semeraro. Mr. Reiner discussed the increase in the budget due largely to contractual salary raises, noted that there had been a small decrease in operating expenses, a desire to continue supporting the administration of ARPA funds, and to hire an intern to help with resiliency plans. Representative Gothier asked if there were funds built into the operating budget for consultants to be hired by the planning department. Mr. Reiner responded that there were not, and that the funds for consultants have been built into some of the CIPs. The vote was 6 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining, for the amount of $1,680,859, and that is the number I'd like to move.
Second.
Who was that? Cop?
Okay. Mr. Reiner, would you like to speak to your budget?
Chairman?
Chairman? Gothier and Kopp. Yep.
No, I see.
Did you have anything more you wanted to say? Nope. Okay. Mr. Reiner, do you have anything? Director Reiner?
Good evening, everyone. John Reiner, Director of Planning and Development. Thanks for having me here tonight. Briefly, our operating budget, not a lot of big changes. They were summarized by the chair. Small increase of less than 4% in our overall budget. Our personnel budget was up about $67,000, really due to contractual increases. Our operating expenses were down by almost $5,000, and the main items that we're looking to move forward, the chair had brought forward, so happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My question would be, you said the increases were caused by contractual obligations, meaning increases in salary and pay. What is the average salary and pay increase that's going to be happening this year?
So I believe that the 2.75, I think, was the contractual increase in the Great contract. Some employees within the union also get step increases, so I know there are a few of them that were getting step increases, but basically there's the 2.75.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, the number on the floor is 1,680,859. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. Missing 3. I'm Representative Cerf or Casper. Those of you who have got your hands up, if you want to put them down, please. All those opposed? Representative Gardner? Anyone abstaining? Okay. That passes 29 to 1 to 0. Next on is CIP 7L on page 242.
Excuse me.
Keeps me out.
I'll have to amend my minutes a little bit, but Count 7L, Planning and Public Works Electronic Document Management System. This is for the amount of $125,000. This system is largely to digitize most of the planning and public works documents to make it more accessible for the public to see them, be able to bring it up right on their phone or on a computer. That way they can consolidate some of the space being used on storage for a lot of this documentation. This passed unanimously in committee, 6 to 0. So I move 125,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by the chair, seconded by Representative Sean Powers. Is there any discussion or questions? Representative Evan.
Thank you. I'm just curious, in the future years, 125 is to digitize the document, so what is this $100,000 that I see for the next 3 years going out? Thank you.
So the $25,000 is for the document storage server. The $100,000 is for the first phase. So to digitize all of the paper documents, maps, plans, and other items, that we have at the annex. The cost proposal that we have received from a contractor that is on the state bid award was a total of $400,000. So we spread this out over a number of years, one, so that we're not asking for too much money in any one year, but also to limit the disruption and to have a workable workload as we do this and move forward. So this is the first phase of this project.
Representative Norman.
Thank you.
I noticed you're buying a document storage server, cloud or physical server?
Is it a cloud or a physical server?
Are you purchasing a piece of hardware that you're going to store in a building that will have a lot of maintenance costs? Or are you going with since these are publicly available documents,
Yeah.
a cheaper cloud route?
I believe most of our storage now is more cloud that we use.
Great, thank you.
Any other, Representative Aubrey? No, just scratching your head? Sorry. Want to make sure I get everyone. Any other questions? Representative Scott?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm not clear on the answer to whether it's cloud or in-house. It seemed like you were hedging a little bit. Is this truly an off-site, we're renting space on something like the Amazon server farm?
I believe so, but I have to double check.
We're looking to double check that. The
Okay.
estimate that I'd received from the information services, the IT director, was that it was going to be $25,000 for the any storage server requirements for this.
Okay. Absent some clarity on that answer, I'd like to move that we set this aside to the next meeting so that we can have a clearer answer.
Is that a motion?
Okay.
Yes.
Is there a second to set this aside?
Second?
Was that 0?
No, he's just asking that we hold it till the next meeting.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Representative Gardner seconded it?
Question?
Yes.
Or,
Do you have a clarifying question to that?
Yes.
Yes.
What's going to materially change for you based on the answer? Representative Scott?
I may move a different number.
Are you concerned about the storage costs being more or less on the cloud? Versus
I'd like to know what we're spending if we're buying equipment. I think it's ridiculous to be buying our own servers. So I'd like to know if we're buying our own servers, and we're not clear on that. So I would be more comfortable voting on this once I know what we're specifically spending the money on, and we're not getting a clear answer on that. So that's why I've motioned to set this aside for the next meeting.
Thank you.
Representative Cerf?
Yeah, yes, I have a similar question. It's not the same whether you buy space on an Amazon server and web services or a Google server or whatever. It's different from having your own server and storing the stuff on site. Because on top of that, if you're gonna store it on your own site, you have to back everything up. And I myself am actually quite interested in the difference in price. So I would appreciate if the planning department did a little homework on that and figured out what the difference is between using one of the well-known cloud storage people and using our own server. And by the way, we can have our own cloud on our own server. So that's an additional complication. It's, which I'm sure, our IT department can figure out, but we need to ask those questions just so for ourselves so we know where our stuff is and what the comparable prices are.
Are there any other questions before we vote? Representative Gardner?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Mr. Reiner, approximately, how many documents are we talking about through 27?
Probably hundreds of thousands, maybe more. I mean, it's the entire vault in the basement of our building, all the file cabinets in our office. Happy to show anybody the amount of documents that we're talking about. It's substantial. It's the planning department and building department history in the building. One of the other benefits is a number of years ago, I believe that there was a fire or a flood in one of the buildings, and a lot of documents were lost. If we digitize these documents, they're then permanently stored. We have access to them. The whole purpose of this is so that we have digital access for the public and easier access for anyone to have these documents here.
Okay, and a private contractor is going to be digitizing these documents?
Yeah, so the state bid has a master price agreement on companies that utilize this. We'd received a quote from one of those companies that is qualified on the state's master price agreement.
Okay, my last question would be, do all the documents, every single document need to be digitized?
Every document that we have in storage and file should get digitized, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that? What are your state requirements for what you actually physically keep, or can everything be digitized and then destroyed?
We'll have to work through the state's office to see what can be destroyed and what can be kept as we go through this.
Okay.
Just bringing up something that was discussed in committee, not covered in the notes. These documents will be searchable, correct?
Yes.
So let's just think about how much easier FOI requests will be to fulfill, how much cheaper it'll be in legal fees, hopefully. Something for the folks to consider. No, we love our FOIs.
Are there any other questions? Oh, Representative Surf.
Yes, since we have a requirement to keep them, and since we almost lost them a few years ago, I would like it for the planning department to ask an additional question about the computer stuff. Is where are the backups going to be? Are we gonna have the backups on site if it's our server, or are we gonna, or are we guaranteed to back up on the cloud services of the major cloud servers like Amazon and Google? So that's an important thing to find out about the backups. I think it's much cheaper for them to do it, probably, than for us to do it, and it's safer. But since we have an obligation to keep them, then we have to be absolutely sure that we don't store the backups on the same server in the same building.
Director Reiner, if we postponed this to the next meeting, would that give you enough time to find out?
Yes, these will all be questions I'll have to ask the IT director, as he was the one who gave me the quote of the $25,000. So these are questions I can ask him and relay back.
Okay, so if we move to postpone this, we will postpone it to Wednesday, which is May 10th. And that will, Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Yeah, I just wanted to throw in a quick comment saying, based on the conversation on this subject so far and on Director Reiner's response, I'm in favor of postponing. Thank you.
You're in favor of what? I'm sorry, that last word didn't, postponing?
Postponing, yeah.
Thank you. Are there, Representative Surf, your hand is still up and you've spoken twice already?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to have it up.
Okay, that's okay. Okay, so the first vote we're having tonight is a motion to postpone this vote until Wednesday. All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed to postponing, Representative Cimarero, Representative Amboise, Representative Powers and Powers.
I'm in favor.
You're in favor of
Amboise is in favor, yes.
Oh, postponing,
My
sorry.
hand was up for aye. Sorry.
Anyone else opposed? Representative Merritt?
Are we voting to postpone or for the number?
To postpone.
Okay. Okay. Because Representative D'Amboise, who suggested this, had his hand up.
We
Okay,
got his
so
vote. We have his vote, thank you.
Okay,
Is there anyone abstaining? Okay, then that passes. I've got 4
I don't know.
opposed.
All I had was.
Opposed, I have Cimarero, Powers, and Merritt.
Okay, I didn't hear Meredith. Gotta make sure I hear him.
Sorry.
Okay.
So do we still, no, because we have VC Williams is here now and Dean Shinbrot is here. Do you have them?
That's 32 then.
So that passes 28 to 4 to 0. Okay, so we will move on to that on Wednesday, first thing. After the regular meeting. So we are now moving to CIP 8A on, we just did 7L. 8A on page 243.
Account CIP 8A, the
Excuse
economic.
me, point of information, can you just say the number, page number again, please?
Page 243.
Account CIP 8A, the Economic Assistance Fund. Motion to approve and second by Kopp and Kaden. Chair Gothier informed the committee members of a town attorney opinion that stated the RTM was not able to increase the amount of a CIP budget item over the town council's amount, even with a 2/3 vote, as the attorney interpreted the charter to read the CIPs are not considered departmental items, and the RTM only has the ability to increase the amount of a budget item above the town council's when the budget is a departmental item. The town council zeroed this budget. Mr. Reiner stated that he believed there were ample funds available in the Economic Assistance Fund and did not have a problem with the zeroed out budget from the town council. The vote was 6 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. I'd like to move the number of 0.
Second.
Representative Adams, thank you. Is there any discussion on this? Representative Thomas.
Yeah, I'm gonna abstain from this because I disagree with that attorney's opinion as far as the restoration of CIPs versus not. Thank you.
Any other, Representative Aubrey?
Just put it, he'll turn it on.
Thank you. Are you saying that the council zeroed this out?
Yes.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to put this number back on the floor.
So the town attorney opined that we're not able to do that to CIPs, and if we
I
do
know.
this, it'll lead to a lawsuit. That's what you're good
It
with?
could.
I'm fine with it. Let me
Speak.
speak, please. I can't tell you how important I think this is. We are so far behind on construction in the town of Groton, we should all be ashamed. And if we don't have a fund that we can help developers when we finally get some again, it would be a very sad situation. I don't know if you've noticed, but there's nothing going up in Groton right now. If you're seeing anything built of any size,
Representative Eben, hold on, somebody's got the floor. Or Representative Thomas, sorry. Go ahead.
this is a small amount, but it's dearly needed. And I would say that I realize that, you know, I don't think we'd end up in a lawsuit. If John thinks we do, well, shame on me. But this is important, and it should be part of our budget.
You moving a number?
I'm moving the number of 50,000.
Is there a second? Second.
Jackie Mathis.
Jackie Mathis. Representative Mathis, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Eben was next.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'd like to note that as of January 1st of this year, there's over $368,000 in the economic assistance account. So it's not as if this is a zero account. This is an account that's simply not being added to. And so I'm in favor of the zero number. I personally think that $368,000 of my tax money and the town's tax money is sufficient for that account, as was stated by Director Reiner.
Thank you. Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So now we're going to violate the rules? We
I
can't have
am
members
saying
just deciding
the-
what the rules are
The attorney.
themselves.
What I will tell you is that the attorney has stated we are not allowed to raise this.
The-
We moved a number last time too. What we could do is end up in a lawsuit. So,
Can I file it?
you file it? Yes, you can. That is your prerogative.
Well, my other objection to this 50,000 is we have funds here, and they're just sitting there. 368,000 is just sitting there and we're gonna allocate another $50,000 to whatever at some point in the future. It makes no sense whatsoever. And we're here to represent the taxpayers, not the bureaucrats who work for us, the taxpayers. And nobody here is advocating for the taxpayers that I've seen. And this 50,000 is just, it's easy to throw it away when it's not your money, but it's the rest of ours money. So I will oppose this.
Thank you. Representative Surf was next.
I'd like to know why developers need our help to build stuff. I mean, they're in business, and therefore, why should they need a government assistance? And through you, Madam Moderator, could Representative Aubrey explain that?
It's not up to Representative Aubrey to explain it. What is your point?
My point
Well,
is,
Hold on. We're in a point of order. One moment.
my point of order is that we are discussing the merits or lack thereof of adding $50,000.
Well, I think explaining what this is relevant.
Okay.
Absolutely. Representative Reiner, can you please explain the importance of this fund, or what the use of this fund is?
Sure. So the Economic Development Assistance Fund was established many years ago, long before I worked for the town. It is used to help pay for a portion of infrastructure costs with development. The grading criteria for how this money is spent is received by staff, is then reviewed and recommended by the Economic Development Commission. That recommendation is forwarded up to the town council, and the town council makes the ultimate approval. The maximum amount that the infrastructure cost can be on this is a percentage of the increase of the assessed value of the property based upon the improvements. So most of the awards for this are usually somewhere in the $50,000 or so range. I'm trying to see if we have some examples here. The biggest one that we had in the recent past was at the Standard Building, due to the infrastructure improvements they had there, and the assessed value and taxes was quite substantial that was on that building. So it's not a blank checkbook for infrastructure improvements or all development costs.
Representative Kopp, you were next.
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator. Mr. Burt, I know that you were recommended to the committee, because I sit on that committee, to zero this out, and that you were fine with that, and your perspective matters a lot to me. Would you mind?
Yeah, the same way the planning director believes it's sufficient funding for now, so do I. As a matter of fact, it was only about 2-3 months ago we put $100,000 in through ARPA dollars into this fund.
Oh, boy.
Representative Gauthier.
Yes, most of my question was answered by your explanation, Mr. Reiner. Though, could you illuminate us on how many applicants apply every year and about how many actually receive funds?
I'm actually trying to think if we've had any this year. So in the 8.5 years that I've been here, 5 or 6
And so
that
here,
we've awarded.
Right, that you've awarded. And so I'm thinking now of the TIF and the TIF districts and how it serves a similar function, if or not these infrastructure improvements, the development can happen. So would it even really make sense to continue with a fund like this if we have the TIF option available?
Yes, because the TIF districts are very small districts within the town. This is something that's utilized town-wide.
Mm-hmm.
So looking at all of the recent awards here, none of them are within a TIF district.
Right. And is there any funds to help smaller businesses, maybe not with infrastructure improvements, say like sidewalks or sewer pipes, but just kind of improving their outsides, their signage, their general curb appeal to help with economic development that way?
So this is really more, I think the short answer is probably no. This fund is geared towards smaller businesses, but it's to help with some of those infrastructure improvements, and that was the criteria that was set in when this program was first developed.
Thank you.
Representative Powers, you're done? Representative Aubrey?
I think, if I may talk on this, I think it's interesting we haven't had any this year, and I don't think we will have any this year. I don't think most of this body realizes how little is being done in Groton right now. And I did this to make a point. I will withdraw my motion. But I think all of you need to pay attention to the fact that there is no growth in Groton going on. And there's not going to be somebody coming in and asking for this because it isn't happening. And John, if you'd like to say something, that would be fine. Do you have people knocking on your door right now?
We actually do have a lot of people knocking on the door that and a lot of it's for our vacant excess properties. One of the problems is there's not a lot of great developable land left in town. So that's where developers are getting hung up. We have a lot of outside pressure to develop, but it's just been slow to launch due to the limited availability and/or property owners not wanting to sell the property that they do have, which could be redeveloped.
Okay. He's being very diplomatic and very political, and I am proud of him. But the problem is, as many of you know, we don't have the right now to look at bids that are coming into Groton for projects. And until that's changed, nothing's going to happen. And you must be aware of that. I withdraw my motion.
I withdraw my second.
Representative Norman?
Hi, I just have a quick question. Can these funds in the future be used to improve cellular service? As a small business owner in Groton, it is very difficult to run my business when I can't drive down Pequannock without dropping a call. So is that a kind of infrastructure thing that could happen here?
I'm not 100% sure. We'd have to look into that.
Yeah, thank you.
I think it's just telephone extensions.
Yeah.
Considered infrastructure for fiber optics.
Representative
Yeah,
Powers,
it
you're
probably
on.
could. We haven't, excuse me, we haven't had any cell phone companies. There might be some repeaters or something like that that could be done. The tricky part is then how that relates to an increase in assessed value and increased taxes, because that's what this fund links to. It's watching a business grow and the associated infrastructure with it. But to just meet basic infrastructure needs that are existing today, this would not be eligible.
Those online, I'm calling those people who are speaking first for the first time, and then I will get back to you. Representative Merritt.
In reference to this matter and this CIP, has any thought been given to the proposal I made as to the terms of sale of property?
That doesn't
In
have anything to do with,
referencing the sale to Thayer Mahan of Groton Heights School.
Representative Merritt, we need to stick to the Economic Assistance Fund?
That's what I'm considering is the terms of the sale of property. Somebody makes a bid. Do you give them 4 years, or you give them the 1 year that I proposed? 4 years is really stretching it out.
Point of order,
not
I
really,
think that might
Yeah,
be
they
more
walked
relevant
away.
for the economic.
They walked away after 4 years.
but that doesn't really have to do with the Economic Assistance Fund. So
It will.
we can ask about that question, but not at this point.
Okay.
Representative Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator. Yeah, I mean, this may be a moot point now. I just wanted to reiterate that, my choice to abstain from the vote had to do with the attorney's opinion, not my feelings on this matter. I think, if I was to vote on the matter in particular, it would be against funding this. I would be in agreement with the town council determination at this point in time. It seems like we have plenty of funds to supply to developers if they were needed. But in this case, this is just another case. This is just a situation where I wanted to call attention to that attorney's opinion, which I do disagree with. Thank you.
Representative Cerf.
Yes, I'd like to point out, having worked for a wireless company for 23 years, the problem when you live at the shore is that if you think about it.
Representative Cerf, can we get onto the Economic Assistance Fund, not onto,
I just want to be sure that money is not spent on cell towers. I'll explain
okay,
it
but
to
we're
you,
talking
Representative.
about Economic Assistance Fund right now, so I'm gonna ask you to stay on this topic.
That's why Representative Norman was asking if it could be spent on that, and I want to answer that no, it cannot be, because it's the topology of the wireless antennas makes it a problem.
Point of
at the
order.
shore.
Okay, yes, what's your point?
That's a discussion for the Economic Development Committee.
Agreed, thank you. Representative Pacino.
I assume this is just going to affect the 2024 budget. 2025 is going to be a whole new story. If we need it, it'll still be there. We can do it, and it's not going to affect anything in the future after that. It's just this year.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so seeing no other hands, the number on the board is 0. All those in favor, please raise your hand or say aye. Aye. Okay, Representative Gustafson is added to the list, by the way. All those opposed, oh, I'm sorry, if everybody could put their hand down, please.
Frickman just entered too as well.
Thank you, Representative Frickman. Frickman and Gustafson both? Okay. All those opposed of $0? All those abstaining? I have Representative Wells and Representative Thomas. And Aubrey. All right. So what's our total number? So that passes 32 to 0 to 3. All right. So we are moving on to CIP 8B on page 244.
Account CIP 8B, open space acquisition. The amount of $0 was moved and seconded by Representative Caden and Representative Kopp. This is one of those accounts that the town council zeroed out. Mr. Burt stated that he believed there was not an immediate need to add funds to the open space acquisition fund and did not have a problem with the zeroed out budget from the town council. There are not any foreseen acquisitions, and there were sufficient funds. Any acquisitions would be handled through a different vehicle. The vote was 6 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining.
Make a motion for 0?
Motion for 0.
Any second by Adams? Any discussion? Representative Cerf.
Yes, just in answer to Representative Thomas's point about the town attorney, I clearly remember that we restored.
Point of order.
Representative Cerf, this is out of order.
All right.
We are on a new budget item. We are on
I'm
CIP
talking about this. Sorry.
8B on page 244.
That's the one that I'm talking about.
Okay, so continue cautiously.
Well, we did 1 year restore that fund when the council had cut it, so I'm just asking.
Are you making
question whether the town attorney has it right.
Okay, are you making a motion to restore this fund?
I guess I could. All right, I will make a motion to restore. Second, Evan.
Need a number. Sorry.
What's your number, Representative Cerf?
I'm going to ask to restore $10,000 to that fund, just as an act of compromise.
Is there a second? Second. Representative Evans, second. Do you want to speak to your number anymore?
Yes, I would just like to say that it's not just buying open space like for the deer to run around in, but if we ever needed a piece of land that we wanted to add to a development, for instance, to make something a larger space or a swimming pool or something like that that the town needs, it would be the same thing. We would be able to buy land out of that fund. And therefore, to me, it makes sense to have a little bit of money in that fund in case it comes up. that we need the land to do, in fact, some development.
So, according to the capital improvement budget program, appropriations of funds, capital reserve fund for capital non-reoccurring expenditures shall be made only for capital assets, projects, or acquisitions of a non-reoccurring nature with the cost of over $25,000 and with a useful life expectancy over 5 years. So you have to put in at least 25,000.
Oh, and there wasn't 25,000 in the manager's budget, right?
Yes, there was.
There was, that was what the manager put in. The town manager put in $25,000, the city council zeroed it out, it was, or town council, sorry, zeroed it out.
All right, then I'll propose $25,000.
Would you like to rescind your previous motion?
Yes, please.
And Representative Eben,
I'll take my second away and I'll give it to the new motion.
okay, what is your new motion, Representative Cerf, is?
$25,000.
Thank you. Representative Eben, second?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We'll take 21. Oh, wait a minute, we've got to do a number, wait a minute.
25,000.
Yeah, 25,000.
Representative Cerf, are you done speaking to that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm not going to reiterate the points that Representative Cerf made, but I do agree, and with her recollection, I do also recall that CIPs have been restored in the past. I'm not sure where this attorney's opinion came from. In this case, I will vote in favor of this number because I'm in support of the Open Space Fund and funding it periodically, to build up the fund. We can see the rewards of that in the Wolfbrook property purchase, and so I think it's time to start start building up towards the next possibility. And so I'll just leave it at that, and we'll wait for the vote. Thanks.
Okay. In order to pass this, we would need a 2/3 vote. We currently have, so we need 24 people to pass this number. All right. Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. How much do we have in that fund right now?
27,000? It's in your book.
Okay.
$27,064.08.
And
we had just spent the 220-ish, 220, is that what it was? 220? Yeah, for Wolfbrook.
$220?
$1,000.
$220,000. That's why I was like, why are we talking about 220?
Yeah, so we spent 220,000 recently, but we have collected 27,000 in fees recently due to fee in lieu of for open space through subdivisions.
Okay, and right now you have no plans or any property for open space you're looking at this time?
There's nothing on the radar right now.
Okay, thank you.
Just to add one thing we've talked with the council about is we're not really actively looking for open space. If something spectacular came up, we would simply go to as we did for Wolfbrook, we asked for extra money and then came to the R.T.M. That's what we would do.
Representative Thomas, do you have another question?
No, I apologize. Left my hand up. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, we're going to do a roll call vote since we need 24. So the number that we're currently voting on is $25,000 for CIP 8B, open space acquisition. And again, we need a 2/3 vote.
Okay, Adams?
No.
Amboise?
No.
Bailey?
No.
Burrell?
No.
Bright?
No.
Casper?
Yes.
Cerf?
Yes.
Chase?
No.
Kopp?
No.
Dean Schindrott?
No.
Eben?
Yes.
Frickman?
No.
Gardner?
No.
Gauthier?
No.
What was that?
No.
Gibbs? Representative Gibbs? Oh, okay. Gustafson?
Yes.
Hainline?
No.
Hanscom?
Yes.
Kaden?
Yes.
Massett?
No.
McAllery?
No.
Merritt?
Abstain.
Norman?
Yes.
Aubrey?
No.
Perry?
Yes.
Powers K?
No.
Powers S?
No.
Pacino?
No.
Scott? Is he still here?
Representative Scott?
Come back. Cimarero?
No.
Thomas?
Yes.
V.C. Williams?
No.
Harry Watson?
No.
Wells?
This is,
Yes.
Okay, was that you, Representative Scott?
yes, sorry, I have connection issues. I'm a no.
You're a no, okay. And we have Whitney? Representative Whitney? He may have connection issues also. Rusk?
No.
Well, we definitely have too many no's.
That motion fails 10 to 23 to 1.
Yeah, we needed 24, even if I didn't get one vote there.
Seeing no other comments, the next number on the floor is 0. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Okay, if you could please lower your hand online. All those opposed? Representative Eben? Surf? Thomas? Wells? Okay, if you could please lower your hand. All those abstaining? Representative Merritt? Okay, and that motion passes 31 to 4 to 1. Okay. Next item, we have CIP 8C on page 245.
Account CIP 8C, the Gateway Wayfinding Sign Project. A amount of $75,000 was moved by Representative Kaden and seconded by Representative Semeraro. Mr. Reiner discussed that this project was in its third year and noted that they have to get some approvals from DOT before placing signs and that any signs need to have a complete path from start to end in town. They are working with the city on areas where the signs might pass through or direct to the city to make sure that that whole pathway is followed. Representative Gauthier asked who made the decision on where the signs were placed and for what destinations, and Mr. Reiner said it was a mix between the DOT direction and the town of Groton deciding and asking for permission from DOT. Representative Gauthier asked if DOT was providing any funds for those signs that are under their purview. Mr. Reiner said they were not. Representative Gauthier asked what, if any, plans were being made for District 4 and all of the related submarine and naval destinations in that district. Mr. Reiner said that it would be considered and looked into for a later year. Representative Gauthier asked who was responsible for the large submarine capital of the world sign on 95. Mr. Reiner and Mr. Burt indicated that the town performed some maintenance but was unsure of exactly who owned the sign. Representative Gauthier asked that it be considered to have the same artistic touches added to it as the Welcome to Mystic sign leading into downtown Mystic was afforded as part of this project. The vote was 6 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstaining. I make a motion for $75,000.
Second.
Yes. Thank you. Representative Kopp seconded the motion. Representative Gauthier was first. Any? Representative Gardner?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'd like to move a new number,
Your number?
0.
Bailey, second.
Okay. Seconded by.
My reasoning for this is Everybody has GPS now, and it's totally unnecessary. Thank you.
Representative Gauthier.
So this was somewhat discussed in committee about how this was actually indicated as helping with economic development in town. Developers were specifically asking for the ability to have wayfinding signs to help them to kind of navigate around town once in town. That's part of the reason we're doing this. We're also in our third year, so it doesn't make too much sense to stop midway.
Representative Eben.
Thank you. I will be in support of the motion of 0. I gotta say, I was just in Ledyard and they have wayfinding signs, and businesses actually pay to have their information displayed on the sign, and I think that's probably the way to go. The wayfinding signs I've seen in Groton tell me where the town hall is or the police station. I haven't found them to be particularly useful or illuminating. So, you know, I'm not sure what kind of content was envisioned for those, but hopefully it'll get a little more like instructive. But at this point, I gotta say, I'm not that impressed by the signage that has been developed.
Director Reiner, can you speak to what would be on the signs?
Yeah, sure. So this was a signage plan that we had done probably 4 or 5 years ago. It was one of the recommendations that came out of the market analysis study that we had done, because much of the signage that exists in town, showing where town buildings, other points, whether it's Yukon, Avery Point, Bluff Point, it was very antiquated, lacked consistency, and was really primarily composed of standard highway directional signage. So we were trying to make something that was a little bit nicer, that was designed for people to see what the design standards and what reflected Groton's identity more through that type of signage. So we certainly are open to working with businesses on different types of signage, but this was more larger points of interest. And the few signs that are up now were replacing some of the existing signs that did exist. I think if people have also noticed, many of our signs for our town hall, other type structures around town now have this newer type of signage design compared to the inconsistent signage that was used before.
Representative Eben, did you have a follow-up question to your original?
No, sorry, I forgot to put my hand down.
Okay, Representative Thomas. You're breaking up, Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Sorry, can you hear me better now? Is this better?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
All right,
We can hear you.
I like the signs. All right, so the signs, I can appreciate the signs, the look of them, but the content was woefully disappointing. The sign at the bottom of 117 and Route 1, only said Town Hall Annex, Town Hall, Police Station. It wasn't very informative. Most people coming into town, they're looking for Haley Farms, Bluff Point, Fitch High School, the middle schools, downtown Mystic or downtown Groton. And also the one further up on 117, coming off the 95 exit, is only, they're one-sided, so they don't really cover people. There's one that's facing north when you're driving south, and the other one's facing south when you're driving north. But they're not double-sided, and they have no other destinations on them. So, I would be in favor of this, but I like Representative Evans' idea of her experience in Ledyard, talking about, businesses helping don't pitch in on this. But I also just think, maybe there needs to be a better brainstorming session on how these signs look, how they work. They look great. The blue, the gold, the trim, and the consistency is great. I love that. But, as far as the content of the signs, it's woefully disappointing as far as what's actually being pointed out in town. So again, I would urge the Planning and Development Department to build a bigger brainstorm when it comes to those signs. Thank you.
Town Manager.
I was just going to mention the town council has a referral to look at revamping the wording, especially it came that one at 117 route. At one was somebody fell asleep and drove right through it, so it's a good opportunity to redo it. So that is going to be something to look at. But yeah, generally speaking, these ones are not for the businesses. These are for major other landmarks, so. But I do think a next phase would be nice, working with the businesses for them to pay for their individual signs.
It should also be mentioned that this project, when we first put it together, it was requested that we do it in phases. So unfortunately, you're only seeing very small snippets of the first part of the project. The first phase, we did those 3 Welcome to Groton signs, and we have fabricated some other signs, but we're waiting on DOT approval for the location of those. DOT has also instructed us that we cannot put additional signs up if every single one of the signs to that point of interest is not finished. Some of that includes signs within the city, so we're just working to get that finalized. The other phase of the project that we're working on with funding from last year was signage for Mystic and some of the locations there. And the next phase that we're looking for funding for tonight is directional signage for town and city locations chosen for their regional impact, and we're still waiting on DOT for some of the finalization of that, as well as working with the city on finalizing those designs.
Okay. Seeing no other hands raised, the number on the floor currently is $0. We'll do a roll call vote.
It's up to you.
Sure, let's do a roll call vote.
That's $0. Okay, Adams?
No.
Amboise?
No.
Bailey?
Yes.
Burrell?
No.
Bright?
Yes.
Casper?
No.
Surf?
No, yes.
Chase?
Yes.
Cop?
No.
Dean Shinbrot?
Yes.
Eben?
Yes.
Frickman?
Yes.
Gardner?
Yes.
Gothier?
Yes.
Gustafson?
Yes.
Hainline?
No.
Hanscom?
No.
Chaden?
No.
Massett?
No.
McElry?
No.
Merritt?
No.
Norman?
No.
Aubrey?
No.
Perry?
No.
K. Powers?
No.
S. Powers?
No.
Pacino?
No.
Scott?
Yes.
Cimarero?
No.
Thomas?
Yes.
V.C. Williams?
Yes.
Watson?
No.
Wells?
No.
Whitney? I think he still has problems. Rusk?
No.
Okay. 13 in favor, 21 opposed.
So that one-
One not voting.
We put him as a.
Oh, wait, you need, yeah. He's
So that
not voting,
motion-
he's just here, but
That
he's not
motion
voting.
fails, 13 to 21 to 0. So the next number on the board is $75,000. Representative Gothier.
Yes, so, Mr. Reiner, it sounds like there's a desire for increased public input on this process, part of the reason why I voted in favor of that 0. But could you please elaborate on how folks could be more involved in this next phase, or phases thereafter?
Yeah, sure. So I think we can take the plan back to the town council, go over it with them, and seek some direction from the council on what they're looking for. And if the council is looking for some more public input on it, we certainly can look into doing that. We'll have to look at current available funds for additional design and outreach, but I'm sure it's something we could do. If we had to completely redo the program, that might mess things up a little bit funding-wise, but we'll see what we can do.
Thank you.
Representative V.C. Williams.
Yes, I was hoping you could tell me how many signs this pays for, and is it only for the 2 locations bringing us to the town and city?
No, so it's not only for the locations bringing us to the town and city, so the different sized signs, each sign is a little bit different for the total cost. But for the $75,000 for this year, we're looking to further design, fabricate, and install those signs. So it would be at least 8 different city-town locations that we'd be looking to install all the different signs for. So not just 8 locations of signs, but actual 8 destinations and all the signs associated with that through the town and the city.
So
Yeah, so it could be multiple signs for each destination.
Okay, and we're not exactly sure what those destinations are right now, which ones we're going to allocate this money to?
They're
Is that
actually,
correct?
they're in the signage plan. I don't have all of those right in my fingertips, but I think the request I've heard, not only from the council, but also from this group, is to put a little bit of a pause on some of that to get some additional public feedback.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Representative Norman?
I just want to say I'm in support of this. I hear continued sort of conversation in our group about some people have GPS. Not everyone has GPS. They also look nice. But additionally, in this building that is now Thrive 55, if you try to map on GPS to Thrive 55, it does not exist. So the only way we would get to this building is if there's a sign. So somebody help us get us a sign. Thank you.
Representative Sir.
Oh, yes. Have you consulted with any graphics or sign experts who could help us make the signs more interesting and have the points of interest that people are actually interested in at various locations?
Yes, this plan was put together with the Beta Group, a consulting firm that specializes in wayfinding signage. There was also a significant amount of public input around the original signage plan.
Okay.
Any other questions, Representative Sir?
No, I'm sorry, lower hand.
That's okay. Representative Pacino?
I just shut it off. Somebody mentioned the public, local companies. I just went brain dead.
Do you want to wait?
Nope. There you go. Have you considered the sponsoring of the signs? Because, I own a local company. I would like to sponsor a sign. That would be nice to have my name up there, in the bottom left-hand corner or whatever. Have you considered that at all?
We have considered that before. Some of the initial outreach, we didn't get a lot of positive feedback about that, but we certainly could put it out there, and happy to work with businesses.
Representative Evan.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I would like to say that is exactly what is happening in Ledyard. They have, you can see the one that's in Ledyard Center that is sponsored by Holdridge's, and it says that right at the bottom of the sign. But I just wanted to follow up on a previous query, and I didn't hear the answer to it, and maybe you just don't know the answer, but I'm curious, $75,000 is a lot of signs. I've made a few signs because I'm part of a Blue Heritage Trail. That would get you probably, a sign costs about $1,500. I'm just curious, how many signs are you envisioning for $75,000?
So just for example, the sign that was run over by the driver that was asleep at the wheel at Route 1 and 117, I believe the total cost now to replicate that sign is right around $10,000. So these are large signs that are meant to last. The types of materials for the specs that they have to be built per DOT highway standards make them a little bit more expensive.
And just to reiterate, these are not meant to be for individual businesses at this level. It's for major areas or besides public facilities. Like downtown Mystic this way, that type of level thing.
Downtown Groton
Yeah,
this
all
way,
those
city of
things, yeah,
Groton.
yeah.
Make sure you're on the mic. For clarification, that sign is being paid through the driver's insurance, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Representative Eben, did you have a follow-up? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I would just say that I think that's a really high price per sign, considering, the knowledge I have of sign costs, which isn't voluminous, but I would suggest getting some comps.
We did go out to bid on these signs and properly bid it and vetted that through all the right processes as required by state and local ordinances and law.
Okay, seeing no other hands, the number on the floor is $75,000 for CIP 8C. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, if you could please lower your hands. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, we have Representative Gardner, Representative Chase, Frickman, B.C. Williams, Thomas, Bailey, Surf, Perry, Eben. No.
Perry, I'm sorry.
And this is for it, against it?
This is against it.
Okay, thank you.
Perry?
Perry and Eben. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, if you can put your hands down, please. Anyone abstaining? Seeing none?
I'll be a no vote.
I'm sorry, Representative Scott, you are no? Okay,
Correct.
so 10, and we have,
34.
so that passes 24 to 10 to 0. Okay. Just so you all know where my head is, I'm trying to get through these CIPs, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll move on to Parks and Rec. Yes. Okay. Next up, we are on CIP 8D on page 246.
Account CIP 8D, the Downtown Mystic Parking Management. This is a town council zeroed budget, so the motion was for $0, moved by Representative Kopp, seconded by Representative Caden. Mr. Reiner discussed the outreach that had been performed on the subject. Representative Cost asked about how enforcement of parking meters would work. Mr. Reiner indicated that there is a concern, but that there are strategies to consider. Representative Gauthier asked why there was not an MOU or other type of agreement or assurance in place with the town of Stonington to ensure that Groton was not left funding something that couldn't adequately go forward without Stonington's buy-in. In reference to the recent referendum that zeroed out some parking management dollars, Mr. Burt discussed how Stonington's form of budget approval via referendum constrains the town of Stonington's ability to give such assurances, but that the first selectman of Stonington has indicated support and that the matter would potentially be coming forward again to be funded. This item had been zeroed out by the town council. The vote of the committee was 6 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. I move the amount of $0.
Second.
Seconded by Kopp. So the original number from the town manager was $150,000. The motion that passed for the town council was $0. There was also a motion that failed for $15,000, which would have been the planning and engineering. Just so we all know where it happened there. Representative Gauthier.
May I speak to my motion?
Yes, my apologies.
Yep. Mostly I'm supporting a 0 because I support 0 anytime we have an agreement with Stonington and they're not choosing to fund their portion of a project. I think that's kind of unprincipled. We go back and forth with them in a volley of funding and not funding, and one year we'll do it and they won't, and then the next year they will and we won't. I really think there should be some more assurances or agreements put around these things so that we're not left committing dollars to projects that won't happen, or think, for the instance, the bridge that has been an ongoing drag forever, in part due to Stonington's volleying back and forth with the funding. So that's where my head is on that.
Representative Frickman.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Actually, I just wanted to reiterate, well, not reiterate really, but support the council for going 0 on this. And I think for the great majority of people I've talked to, and I think the R.T.M made it clear last year how he felt about downtown parking meters. And I hope the committee moving forward will take that input and take the option of parking meters off the table for many of us. I think hopefully you guys will do that moving forward. And I support zero. I will always support zero on any type of parking meter for downtown, especially for our residents to go out and park downtown. And I support zero. Thank you.
Representative Gustafson.
Yeah, I just want to speak. I agree with Representative Frickman. In addition to local residents, I think it kind of detracts from the character of the town. So I'm in favor of zero. Thank you.
Representative Frickman, did you just forget to lower your hand?
I did. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Anyone else? Representative Aubry.
I understand your frustration with Stonington, and it has been difficult. But I think that the bigger issue is the fact that we have an opportunity for income to the town, which then could be put forward into finding a piece of land, putting up a parking garage, and really solving the problem. Or maybe coming up with an alternate program where you have some place where people can park and take a trolley in. There are options, but right now we have no money for it. So I think if we could go forward with an open mind for Groton and move forward in some manner, it's going to be very beneficial to us. And we can't really wait for Stonington to decide. Quite honestly, probably whatever we do, they'll end up doing the same thing. But we're not going to get it at the same time. So I would speak in favor of this. I think we have to move forward in some way. We have a very serious problem down there, downtown Mystic. I doubt that there's probably anybody in this room that goes downtown Mystic in the summertime. Well, maybe the young ones. But anyways, I think it's got to be addressed. And this is one way to move it forward. Thank you very much.
Representative Thomas.
All right. Yeah. So I got to say, like, I kind of align my comments with Representative Gauthier, Gustafson, and Frickman on this one. As far as you know, there needs to be some kind of cohesive plan with the town of Stonington in regards to this. We share Mystic. That's, you know, I'll stop right there. Like, you know, we cannot keep going back and forth on the seesaw with anything that's going to be a Mystic project, because it, you know, businesses depend on each other no matter what side of the bridge they're on. So, you know, we need to just kind of take a deep breath here and focus on getting a plan together that's going to work cohesively with the town of Stonington in a way that's agreeable. I don't think, I mean, obviously, like the town of Stonington, they voted on this, and the parking meters did not pass over there. So there's resistance on that side, there's resistance on our side. So let's come up with a better plan, and let's work cohesively with Stonington. So, you know, on this case, you know, 0 is the right number, I feel, because we need to get a plan together first before we throw money anywhere. Thank you.
Representative Surf.
Yes, I agree with Representative Thomas. I don't want to put any money on anything until we actually see the plan. I'm already not too happy on Pearl Street because I'm getting another parking lot across the street from where I live, which is supposedly residential. And more of these parking lots are coming in like Airbnbs. So I don't see a plan there where my neighborhood is going to remain residential if it's going to turn into a giant parking lot. So I would like to see a plan. And by the way, I would be in favor of not meters, but same thing that they do in New York and most places, where you stamp a card and you put it in your windshield. You go to a little booth and put your credit card in, and you get an hour of time and put it in your windshield. So you don't have to have meters everywhere. But it really does help clear up if you have. It does help clear up to have parking meters.
Representative Merritt.
I would like to go along with Representative Aubry on the fact that I'm not really concerned with what Stonington plans. If they build a parking garage per se, are they going to share the income with us? I doubt it very much.
Director Reiner, you had a comment?
Sure, just following up on a couple of comments that were made. So we do have a plan. It's in place. It's on our website. We've presented that plan to the town council 2, if not 3 times. I would certainly encourage people to review it. And if they have comments on those, please forward those to us. When we have a public meeting on this, come out and let us hear what you have to say, because we only hear from the people that show up or that complete our surveys. So if there's a big push to do one thing or the other, we need to hear from people. And then secondarily, we were never proposing to do individual meter stands. When people think of parking meters, we never proposed putting parking meters in front of every single parking spot in downtown Mystic. There would be a few kiosks, exactly as I believe Representative Cerf was just talking about. That was all part of the proposal, that people could pay on their phone. They could log it all there, and there would be a few spots where you could actually go to a physical kiosk for those that might not have smartphone technology available to them. So, but I would encourage everybody to take a look at the plan.
Representative Norman.
Okay, I'm in charge of the Zero, not because I want to work with Stonington, but I'm concerned about if we move first on charging people and they do not, they get the parking and then the walking of people in going by their businesses, and it is more limited on our side. I do think what Representative Aubry said was like super brilliant though, and I'm really into the trolley idea. And if we want to pre-fund that and have people charge people $5 to like come in on the trolley, I'm like into that. It's like totally our vibe. So maybe that next year. Thanks.
Representative Kopp, did you have your hand up? Representative Kopp, did you have your hand up? Okay. Representative Frickman.
Yeah, I just had one follow-up. Thank you, Madam Moderator. For Director Reiner, did the committee take into account how the R.T.M. voted last year regarding parking meters? Because last year we voted to remove the money for any type of downtown paid parking. Like, did they consider that?
Yes, and the committee, which was made up of representatives from Groton and from Stonington, moved forward working with the consultant, and much of the feedback that we heard at the public meeting that we held, maybe 3 or so months ago, was overwhelmingly, I don't like parking meters, but I understand the need for them. I think people understand that as long as there's free parking, there's very little incentive to go park elsewhere and then take a trolley in. So many other villages, just like downtown Mystic, do have paid parking, and in order to manage it, we can't continue to have free parking available that's very easy to get. But yes, it was definitely heard, because last year not only did the R.T.M. zero it out, but the town council also zeroed it out.
Right, and so it's like, it gets to a point where it's like, it's frustrating when we keep telling you no, and people keep wanting to go yes, like the first selectman of Stonington. The citizens said no, now the first selectman wants to continue. So I don't want that to happen here, where we keep saying no, and they keep doing something different. So I'm all in favor of supporting parking areas down by the seaport and combining and working with them, but anything that comes to charging our residents to park in downtown, I can't emphasize how much I'm against. So thank you.
Representative Wells.
I just had a brief thought. If we put paid metered parking on the Groton side of Mystic, the cheapskates would plug up the Stonington side of Mystic looking for free parking. Thank you.
Representative Cerf.
I really don't understand why people don't want metered parking. Almost everywhere has it. What we could do is just have it for the summer, if this would be a compromise, and then the residents could park there free, October through May or whatever. But it is really essential to have metered parking down there. The second thing I would like to say is I absolutely love trolleys, and everyone loves trolleys. There's tons of them in Europe, and people love them and take them, and I think it would be that I would be willing to vote, any amount for any time for us to put a trolley to go to Mystic. It'd be great.
Can I just mention, and I do agree with the zero right now, just to make that clear at this time until we have further discussions. However, we've looked at things like trolleys. They don't pay for themselves, likely even charging $5. Probably we'd be putting hundreds of thousands in every year without any kind of not full recoupment. The expert we've worked with has done a ton of coastal cities along the East Coast. there's probably, unless you buy land for a parking garage or just spend tax dollars and just know you're gonna spend a certain amount every year to help do something else, there's probably not gonna be a solution without the metered parking. So at some point, I don't know if the state, do we know if the state, there was that, Heather Summers was looking at having that group at the state level look at the parking issue? I don't think, yeah. So I'm not sure we'll be back with another plan. Unless we just want to, again, spend several $100,000 a year. So, but I am agreeable with 0 this year. So.
Representative Cup.
Yes, sure. As I understand it, and I know that we should all go on that site and take a look at what has been proposed and what has been put before the public. I think that's the best advice we've gotten tonight from Dr. Reiner. But also, my understanding is that there's also a component where there would be resident parking permit as an option. It's one of the things to discuss. So we need to solve a big problem. And I think there's lots of people that keep happy with this problem, and I hear, we will never pay, make our residents pay. Well, I lived for 25 years before this in West Hartford, Connecticut, and I paid very high taxes to live in West Hartford, and I also paid when I went to downtown West Hartford and parked. And I paid metered parking. I mean, it's just, this town has exploded, and we need to keep it safe, and we need to keep it accessible for all of us. If resident parking permit is a viable option, maybe that's the way we go, but we need to solve the problem that's here. Thank you.
Representative Amboise.
Yes, I'd like to move the question, please.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so we're going to take a vote on moving the question.
That's 2/3, right?
That is a 2/3 vote, yes. All those in favor, please raise your hand or say aye. Okay, if you can put your hand down, please. All those opposed? We have Gauthier, Merritt. Sorry, Gauthier, Merritt, Eben, Sirk, Thomas, and Scott. And what is our total number? 34. 34. So and is anyone, if you can put your hands down, please? Anyone abstaining? No one? So that motion passes 28 to 6 to 0. So the number on the floor is $0. All those in favor of $0, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, if you could lower your hands, please. Anyone, oops, sorry. Waiting for online. All those opposed of $0? Representative Merritt, Representative Aubry. Anyone abstaining? Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Wells, were you opposed or abstaining?
Abstain.
Okay, so that motion passes 31 to 2 to 1. Next up is CIP 8E, Mystic Coastal Access Trail and Signage Program on page 247.
Account CIP 8E, the Mystic Coastal Access Trail and Signage Program. A motion to approve $95,000 was moved by Representative Kopp and seconded by Representative Sommarero. Mr. Reiner discussed the ongoing efforts of this issue. Mr. Burt discussed that the issues of property owners taking down the signs was not that significant, but rather there was a concern of how visible or prominent the signs were. Representative Caden asked if there was a known amount of users for this trail. Mr. Reiner said a count was not made, but definitely gets a fluctuation of use depending on the day and time of year. Representative Gauthier asked if the public access was written into the deeds of the properties. Mr. Burt indicated that they were in some deeds. Representative Gauthier asked if the town had reached out to the Thames River Heritage Park to get this trail potentially added. to their existing programming of historical trails. Mr. Burt said they were always interested in expanding awareness of the trail. The vote was 6 in favor and 0 opposed, 0 abstaining, so I move $95,000.
Is there seconded by Representative Sean Powers? Any discussion? Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Now, this is a walking trail, is that correct? Right along the Mystic River?
Correct.
Where does it start and where does it end?
So there's also a plan in place for this particular project. Right now, it starts, well, depending on how you define the start and the end, but one end of the project now is on the backside of Central Hall, along the road there, right next to where the town's pump station is. It weaves through a portion of the Central Hall property. We have deeded access through that. It then cuts across the street, goes along Steamboat Wharf, through some of the properties back that way, pops out into the parking lot, goes through the Mystic Art Association property, and there's where things get a little fuzzy. The powerhouse, we do not have an easement over their property, so then you have to go out to the street, walk along the roadway, and then there are some properties further. Oh, sorry, thank you, along the sidewalk. From there are some properties where we have access along the shore continuing on, or some that just bring us out to a point along the shoreline.
Okay, thank you.
And as, you're welcome, and just to further explain, and as properties make improvements or are converted from waterfront type uses to residential, that's where the town gets additional public access deeded into an easement for any properties moving forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Pacino.
Is this something we can use local business helping out on? Sponsorship for the signs?
We could. Some of this is just signage that people are aware of it. It does become a little bit adversarial at times because the people who own the property now might not be the ones who developed the property, and they don't always like having signs there. So we often get questions of who gave you the right to have people walk across my property, and it's, well, we have an easement for it, and it's approved on the site plan. And these are signs that historically, some of them have disappeared in downtown Mystic, and this is something, if you do any research on coastal access to the shore on any state, any area where there's a waterway, it's always a very adversarial topic.
I will say, once it was more in the news a few years ago, we saw significantly less signs disappearing once, and we actually had one sign disappear, and police had an idea within a small range of where the person might be, and they went door to door, and so we haven't seen that lately. So.
I'm going to actually ask a question. So in a past job, I worked with Coastal Access, and it was a state sign that we always used. Is there a reason why we are not using state signs on these, for this access?
Yes, so the state signs were about yay big. They were pretty nondescript and didn't really pop or have kind of a Mystic branding on them. So the signs that we're going to be using now, again, I would encourage people to go to our webpage, take a look at the signage plan. There's a few different designs that we're looking at. We are going to do a little bit of additional outreach. The council had asked us to come back to them also to talk about it. We do plan on meeting with many of the property owners along this trail area to just talk to them again about the easements that are there and what we can do. But even on the designs themselves, we wanted to make something that was very apparent and clear to people that, hey, come on down, this is a walkway that you have the right to use. And the state signs, although they were good, they weren't everything that we were hoping for.
Representative Gauthier? No? Okay. Representative Sir?
Yes, I have a question and I want to follow up. Are you including the Park Place property, the Park Place Road in that signage for coastal access?
This signage program was just along the Mystic River Walk that connects to downtown Mystic. This was not necessarily to have a sign or a new sign at Park Place.
Okay, because I'm very much opposed to that. Having cleaned up the, 200th beer bottle and plastic cups out of my garden today, and masks and all this other crap. By the way, you could put a few more garbage cans if you're gonna drag people down our streets. Put some garbage cans there so they don't toss everything in our gardens. But
Yes. What's your point, please?
My point is we're talking about Mystic River access and not Park Place and garbage cans and beer bottles.
Across Street. So Representative Cerf, if you could stay, please, on the Mystic Coastal Access.
yes, okay, I'm done with that.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other, Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. No, we could use the state signs, correct? And we would have to pay for them. But what is the cost difference between our own signs and the state signs?
We actually have signs up now, but people can't follow what's happening there. They don't really know they have access, so it doesn't get the usage it could have. So it's been a lot of interest from the public to have this information out there better.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and if you look at the plan, which however things go tonight, I would encourage you to do, there's a number of different ways that we want to draw people to this area and allow them to see the consistency of where they can walk, because although the state signs are up now in many instances, people don't quite know where to go because they don't see the next sign, they don't see where it goes. So we want to have something that's a little bit more visual, but not overly signed and not visually obtrusive. So that's the balance that we're trying to have here.
Representative Gauthier?
Yes, so is the argument for the need of this sign an economic one, a quality of life one? What's going on here?
It's actually both. So it does benefit the businesses that people can come and walk through these areas that they have the right to. So that helps the businesses, but it's also a quality of life improvement because people can utilize this amazing resource along our coastline.
Thank you.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Just curious to know, these signs that we're proposing, will there be ones in the series that will have like sort of an overview display, like a map of like where the trails go as far as coastal access? Like maybe that could help with the sense of connectability for folks if they understand, looking at, connect the dots, right? And so like, they understand, they have to dip away from the powerhouse and then dip back in to get to the coast or something like that. Are there going to be plans for some periodic overview signs showing, the span of coastal access trail?
Yes, there would be kiosks that would be on some of the signs. It was proposed to be designed in the shape like of a ship's knee, which it holds up the flooring from underneath the ship. And as part of those, there would be a kiosk showing the entire route of this. So there would be a number of opportunities for that larger type kiosk that would show the starting point, you are here, and the end point, and all the different access points.
Thank you. And would this kiosk also have like sort of a little pamphlet that people could take with them that would show the map too, or no?
At this point, we weren't planning on having a pamphlet because there would be signs around. We didn't want to contribute to more litter in the area, but it would be probably have a QR code where people could go and scan it with a smartphone so that they could see the whole map if they wanted to on a phone.
Great, thank you.
Representative Cerf.
Yes, when Mr. Reiner said it was a quality of life improvement, I would beg to disagree with that. If you live in downtown Mystic, which is where your quality of life really exists, it is not an improvement. It is really constantly assaulting our neighborhoods with more tourists and more garbage and more annoyances, because none of that is taken into account. When do you ask the residents about this coastal thing? You didn't. And by the way, when you have like Mystic Resiliency meetings and things like that, it would be nice if
Point
you
of
did
order.
schedule them at the same time as
Hold
town
on,
council
your point.
meeting.
Representative Surf, we are only discussing the Mystic Coastal Access Trail.
And there
Yes,
was
and
lots
I'm
of public
speaking-
input.
I'm
was my point of
speaking
order.
for my constituents, you know, who are my neighbors and my
Point
constituents.
of order.
What's your point?
What?
There was plenty of public input, and this kind of commentary should be left to those public input sessions, or else emailing the town council and the director. We are discussing the $95,000 motion. If there's a different number, we can discuss that, but this is where we're at.
So Representative Surf, do you have another number that you're putting up, or you're? Okay. I would say that we have gotten a lot of public feedback on this in these meetings. There's been a lot of public feedback at meetings that the planning department has held. So seeing no other hands, the number on Representative Bailey.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to move another number, please.
What's your
0.
number?
0.
I'll second that.
Representative, would you like to speak to your number? Would you like to speak to your number?
Yes, because there's still a lot of figuring out about this, and we have added stuff to this budget. It would be something that could be offset to another time. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other comments? Seeing none, the number on the floor now is $0. All those in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
Representative Gardner, Representative Gauthier, keep your hands up. Scott, Frickman, Bailey, V.C. Williams, Eben, and Dean Shinbrot, and Perry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All those opposed, please raise your hand. I'm sorry, if you can put your hand down online, if you're original, thank you. Okay, all those opposed to this number? I have Adams, Bright, Chase. Do you need all the names?
Just need the number.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oop, I've got Surf up twice.
I'm in an R.T.M. meeting discussing your favorite
Representative
subject.
Surf, you are
Multiple
online.
access in Mystic.
I don't even remember. If you can please raise your hands
I
again.
can't
Sorry, we
really
got
talk
thrown
now. I
off.
just went on.
If you are opposed to 0, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 in the room. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 online. Anyone opposed?
Can you say?
I'm sorry, any abstentions?
So is that?
I'm sorry, any
What are we voting
abstentions
on
to
now?
$0?
Oh,
I'm in favor
Wait.
of $0.
yes, I am too. I'm just trying to find my raised hand.
We've got Scott. Surf, you voted,
No, she was in favor of $0.
okay. Do you have the number?
Yeah, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I have
Are we voting?
up,
10?
no, no, no. We are voting,
Tell us what we're voting on?
0. We have 10.
currently, we are voting on $0. I have Surf, Gardner, Gauthier, Scott, Frickman, Bailey, V.C. Williams, Eben, Dean Schidenbrot, and Perry, all opposed, or all in favor of $0. My apologies, all in favor of $0.
Please count me in favor as well.
So we're at 11.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
if you can all please put your hands down. I don't have a vote for Representative Amboise. Are you in favor of $0 or opposed? You have your hand up.
I'm opposed. I was
Okay.
back when it was all organized.
Okay, thank you.
She's part of the 22 then, maybe?
So I have 32.
Still missing one. How'd you
I am opposed to $0. So that motion fails 10 to 23 to 0. So the next number on the board is $95,000. All those, sorry, I'll erase. All those in, you want to do a roll call? Okay. All the, we're going to do a roll call vote for $95,000.
Wait, I'd like to move another number, please.
We are, nope, it's already, we've got a number on the floor. The votes.
But that was the first number on the floor. We're allowed to move another number in between.
But I called the vote. There were no hands raised.
I did raise my hand, but you didn't see it.
I concur.
Okay, what's your next
Point
number?
of order. Point of order, please.
What's your point of order, Representative Bailey?
The point of order is that a CIP is either fully funded for the amount or it's zero. There's no in between. That's the way it's planned for the year.
That is not a rule. That's not a rule. It has to be $25,000 or greater, but there's nothing that says it has to be fully funded. Representative Cerf, what is your number?
$50,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Gardner?
You want to speak to your motion?
You can't talk.
Yes, I think $95,000 for coastal access signs, when we've voted down the signs for, how to get to different places in Groton, doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't understand why we have to spend that much money on coastal access. So I'm moving half of it. I think that's much more reasonable, and even that's a lot.
Okay, Representative Gauthier.
Yes, to the justification provided by Representative Cerf, we did not zero out the other wayfinding sign project. We allotted $75,000 to it.
Correct.
Oh, I zeroed it out in my head. Sorry. Anyway.
Are there any other comments to this?
It's still a lot of money.
Okay. So the number currently on the floor is $50,000. We are going to do a roll call vote.
Adams?
No.
Amboise? Amboise? Yes, no? Abstention?
No.
No? Okay. Bailey?
No?
Burrell? Bright?
Yes.
Casper?
Yes.
Surf?
Yes.
Chase?
No.
Cop? Oh, she's out of the room, okay. Dean Shinbrot?
No.
Eben?
Yes.
Frickman?
No.
Gardner?
Yes.
No.
Gauthier? Gustafson?
No.
Hainline?
No.
Hanscom?
No.
Caden?
No.
Massett?
No.
McElry?
No.
Merritt?
No.
Norman?
No.
Aubrey?
No.
Perry?
No.
K. Powers?
No.
S. Powers?
No.
Vicino?
No.
Scott?
Yeah.
Cimarero?
No.
Thomas?
Yes.
B.C. Williams?
Yes.
Watson?
No.
Wells?
No.
Cop is back.
Cop?
No.
Okay.
And no.
And no for you, okay.
So that motion fails 8 to 26 to 0. The number currently on the floor is $95,000. All those in favor, please raise your hand. please lower your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Gardner, Bailey, Scott, Frickman, Gustafson, Surf, Eben, Harry. If you can please put your hands down. If you can put your hands down, please. Representative Surf, thank you. Any abstentions?
26 in favor, you opposed?
Thomas.
And Gauthier, right?
Oh, and Gauthier, sorry.
2 abstentions?
Gotten. Okay, so that motion passes, what's our total?
24 in favor, 8 opposed, and 2 abstentions.
24 to 8 to 2. We have one last thing, and then we're going to take a recess. We have CIP 8F, Plan of Conservation and Development, on page 248. It's not. We're adding. It's supposed to go.
It's getting wild.
Okay.
Account CIP 8F, the Plan of Conservation and Development. The amount of $150,000 was moved by Representative Caden and seconded by Representative Semeraro. Mr. Reiner discussed the importance of updating this document to the town and its ability to plan and execute on developments in a way that is responsive to community desires and needs. He indicated that it was a large undertaking, but very valuable to the town. Also, it's required by state statute to be done every, 10 years? Representative Gauthier asked what kinds of community outreach were being contemplated. Mr. Reiner discussed that it was some standard forms, as well as proactive engagement of focus groups from communities that are typically underrepresented in public informational sessions and forums. Representative Gauthier asked if any of the funds were being used on translation services to reach residents that do not speak English as a primary language. Mr. Reiner indicated that the town was excited to explore all different avenues and take suggestions from individuals on how to best engage different facets of the community. Representative Brennan left the meeting at 6:58, which left 5 in the committee to vote. The vote was 5 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. I'd like to make a motion of $150,000 and then speak to my motion.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Sean Powers.
This is like the most important document that we have here in town, and everyone who is interested or unhappy with something happening with the direction of the town, a development, it all starts here. So very much excited to see that we are updating this document. I think it needs to be updated more regularly even than state statute calls for. This is so important. And it's very important for us to proactively, as R.T.M. members, bring in folks that we don't typically see. We go to these meetings and we see the same 10, 20 people who are already on different boards and commissions anyways. Great, I love hearing from you, of course. But also there's a lot of other people that we need to hear from. So super important document, cannot be understated that 1, it's a state requirement, and 2, it is absolutely foundational to the growth and direction of Groton. So 100% support this effort. I hope everyone else will as well, and get involved so that we don't come to these meetings asking, is there a plan? Why is this happening, etc. Register your input at the beginning. Thank you.
Director Reiner.
So thank you for that, because you took most of my thunder there. This is the most important document that we will work on. This sets the direction for where the town will go for the next 10 to 20 years. This time around, we're reflecting back over the last number of years and some of the different discussions happening around the community. We need to hear from you and all your constituents in this process. We will be looking to all of you to help spread the word about meetings, focus groups. We want to get out to people that we don't normally hear from. So this is something that's going to be a big ask from us for you to help us. But just like many of you had a lot of different opinions, voices on the topics we were talking about tonight, we got to hear about those over the next 18 to 24 months as we're doing this plan of conservation and development. I can't stress that enough. So again, we want to do focus groups. We want to do meetings in neighborhoods, places and people we don't normally get to. Just having 50 people show up in a room like this and them all take turns speaking doesn't quite cut it, because some people don't feel comfortable getting up to a microphone like this. They don't know how to talk to us. They might not necessarily speak in our language, and this can be very intimidating for the average person. So we got to get out there more and do a better job of it. And yeah, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Representative
Yes,
Merritt.
I know I keep harping on this, but would this include a redevelopment of the manner of sale of property?
This is not to get into the redevelopment of the manner of sale of property. Will it talk?
What I mean by redevelopment is changing the way we do things.
That's what the council's currently working on themselves. So.
Thank you.
This will get more into what should happen at different areas in town. What do you want to be when you grow up as a town, as you continue to develop? The only constant is change. And many people know everything they don't want. It's hard to figure out what people do want. And that's what we need to extrapolate out of the community. What is it that people do want in some of these areas as we grow and develop and change over time?
Representative Surf.
Yes, I participated in the first time we developed the plan of conservation and development. I think there's some modifications since then I did not participate in. And I do believe in it. I do believe that it's incredibly important. I've dedicated 23 years of my life here to keeping this a town that we like, that's not overdeveloped, that has a lot of green spaces. But the thing is, I'm hoping that this time, and I'm hoping people are listening, that this is important, that we won't do what we did in the case of the oral school, which is completely ignore the plan of conservation and development. So if we're going to spend money on it, we had better consult it every time we want to do a new development, and particularly a large development.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I just want to echo the sentiments of Representative Gothier and Surf. Yeah, I think this is a great document, great move, and I want to commend the Office of Planning and Development for the outreach efforts they're exploring, and that this money would represent as well. So yeah, I'll be voting in favor of this. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? If you could please lower your hand online. All those in favor of 150, oh, I'm sorry, you're scared? I was like, Preston, I missed something. Sorry. All those in favor of $150,000, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
Okay, if you could please lower your hands online and in the room. Representative Thomas, are you still in favor, or are you raising your hand to oppose?
Sorry,
Nope.
coming down.
Thank you. All those opposed to all those opposed to $150,000. Any abstentions? Representative Gardner, you were not in the room. Do you wish to vote on this item?
I'm a yes on that.
Okay. All right. That passes unanimously. We are going to take a 10-minute break. If you can please be back here by 9:10. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Hopefully she'll get on tonight.
You think we'll get through tonight?
Yeah. They stayed late the other night, too.
All right.
They stayed
We are
late.
back from break.
You're saying we're gonna be here until 11?
Potentially.
We are on,
Recording in progress.
sorry, we are on
I'd say 10.
item 1064 on page 150, which is the Park and Rec budget. Chair Ober- I can't start without you. You are next.
I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, the R.T.M. Recreation Committee met on April 20th, 2023 at Survive 55 in Living Center, 7 p.m.
That's a good one.
Consider FYE 2025 proposed budget. Members present were Leanne Overy, Clarence Clasper, Susan Headline, Christine Powers, and John Scott. The committee chair put all absent were Lynn Crockett Hubbard, Harry Watson, and Patricia Weaver. Also present were Mark Berry, Mary Jo Riley, and Eric Morrison. And I might mention that Eric Morrison is a wealth of knowledge. Okay, on accounts discussed, account 1064. And I don't know, let's see, what, 1064, I think we're on, yeah, page 150. Okay. The chair put the incorrect number on the floor. I was corrected by my committee, and then we put on the number of $2,287,966. John Scott questioned increase. Mark Berry explained council felt because of the increase in areas they are caring for, it was needed. Parks, schools, cemeteries, trails, everything is their responsibility. I would like to add to this, if I may. The 1064 proposed budget of $2,287,966, an increase of $258,400, or a 13% increase over FYE 23. And I hope I'm not taking your thunder by reading this, Mr. Barry, but I'm going to go ahead. Unless you'd like to read it later yourself.
Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. The increase in personnel is attributed to these factors. Increase the number of part-time staff and hours for the after-school drop-in program. Additional staff is needed to provide adequate coverage given the number of students attending. Additional program supervisor in recreation division. Community feedback from the needs assessment is they want more cultural events and festivals. Increasing Connecticut minimum wages for seasonal employees. Collective bargaining agreements with union employees. Additional park maintenance employees added by council during budget discussions to address the increase of acreage being maintained. The increase in operating expenses is attributed to increasing cost of professional and technical services, repair and maintenance supplies of aging park amenities, replacement of park maintenance equipment, stand-up mower, and trailer. The committee moved the number, 5 in favor, 1 opposed, 0 abstaining.
And the number you're moving is?
Oh, that's a surprise. $2,287,966.
Is there a
Thank you.
second? Second. Chase seconded. So the original number, as discussed was $2,232,816. The council added $50,000 for a maintainer, which gets us to this number. There, Director Barry is here. Would you like to speak to your budget, or?
Sure. So I think somebody said, what's a maintainer?
I didn't hear the word.
Oh, sorry. So the question was, what's a maintainer? That's the classification, or one of the classifications that the town has. So essentially, they would be responsible for maintaining the parks, mowing, weed whacking, doing an infinite number of different items. Maintaining, yes. And that position was added during the budget process by the council, partly because last year I had, in the budget, gone to the council and told them that, and I also explained the same story to the R.T.M., that in 2009, the last time we did our recreation master plan, we had 7.75 employees in parks, maintaining 507 acres. Since that time, we've cut the number of employees all the way down to 5.25 and added more miles of trails, more acres to maintain. So last year we added a position and a half to start getting us closer to where we should be. And the council this year suggested that we, even though it wasn't in the budget that I had presented to the council, suggested that we add an additional person to get us even closer. We're still not where we should be, but we're making incremental steps to get to that place. And you know, what I see in the future is, I know the Conservation Commission has probably 11 different open space properties that they've put together management plans for. And all of those management plans, when you look at the duties and responsibilities, Parks and Recreation is listed under a lot of them. So there's an expectation and a desire to make some improvements to those properties, add trails, maintain those trails better. We just picked up 169 acres for Watrous, 169 acres for the Watrous property. And they want, you know, the interest is in having more trails and having better maintained. So that all falls on us, and we can't meet the town's residents' expectations when we've got more property but less staff to work with.
Any other comments or questions? Representative Chase.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. You said 50,000, but my math says 55,150. Is that for the one at the extra? Is that for the maintainer?
The 55,150, yes, that's for the maintainer. That also
Is that a
includes
full-time
the.
job?
Yes, it
I'm
is.
sorry for interrupting.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
My apologies. Any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of $2,287,966, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, if you could put your hands down, please. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstaining? That passes unanimously, 34-0. Next item on the agenda is 2010 Shinnecock Golf Course Fund on page 155. Sorry, did I miss something?
3240.
What was the question?
No.
3240.
No, it's,
On our agenda.
Skipped a line. It's Shinnecock Golf Fund.
I have Shinnecock Golf Fund next as 2010 Shinnecock Golf Fund, and then 3240 next. That's fine, mine was updated one day later. So, sorry. We are on 2010 Shinnecock Golf Fund, Course Fund on page 155.
Okay.
What's that?
Item 210. Oh, I'm sorry. 2010. Stay with us. I have a number of 1,552,000. 1,552,840.
Yep. Here, any notes with it?
Well, I did, but I don't know where they are. Just let me see here. I do apologize, for some reason I don't have them in my packet, but I know that we were all in favor.
Yeah, because the CIPs were the second meeting.
Right. So that's your first meeting, the 20th, April 20th. Right here.
I think I lost a page out of my. I thought it was supposed to be recreation and senior activities.
No, we're 2010.
What? 2010, Shinnecock Golf Course.
You did discuss
Well,
it, I remember.
Yep.
I can tell you what happened.
Okay.
As I mentioned, we had a golf course manager there who was very helpful, explained a lot of things to us about what was needed at the golf course. They have a plan of development and they work constantly on the course. This year's project is to reestablish the sand pits. What do you call them?
The sand traps.
Sand traps.
Yes. I'm sure to some they look like sand pits.
Yeah.
Yes.
So everybody was very comfortable with the budget, and we did put a number on the floor that you have there, and everybody was in favor.
Move a number.
Oh, I'm sorry. $1,552,840.
Second, Representative Bright. Would you like to speak to this, Director Barry?
Sure. So just so that everyone's clear, this is a special revenue fund. So all the operating expenses associated with running the course are paid through greens fees and season passes. So, yeah, so there's zero impact on the operating portion of this budget to the taxpayer. And we do a customer satisfaction survey every 2 years, and one of the questions that we ask is, when you come to play at Shinnecock, how much do you spend? And over the last 2 or 3 surveys, consistently, the golf course brings in revenue to the community of about $400,000. That's in meals, gas, and hotel.
Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Mr. Barry, this is also, the revenue would include cart rentals?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's all the revenue from the clubhouse?
Yes.
To everything?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Norman.
I see at the bottom you have like the fund balance of $36,637 applied. How big is that fund right now, where you say it's a special revenue fund?
Yeah, so we have a fund balance of about $800,000 right now. We have, yeah, part of that is for vehicles, because we have an asset replacement plan for vehicles. So the replacement of vehicles also is paid for from this fund. So we.
Vehicles like golf carts or vehicles like
No,
the town's
well,
vehicles?
yes, vehicles like golf carts, but also $160,000 fairway mowers.
Okay.
That's, so we have a plan going out over the next 4 or 5 years to replace large pieces of equipment, and that fund also would cover those expenses. And just to share a little bit of history with you, I think it was 2018, we had, I think, 12 or 13 weekends that it rained every single weekend. We ended up losing $150,000, and we had to dip into our fund balance in order for us to meet our expenses with that revenue. So what we've proposed for next year is we're actually looking at having, our revenue doesn't quite match our expenses, so we're proposing, I think it was $36,000 to use from fund balance to balance the budget.
Got it. Okay.
Just to mention, we don't actually buy golf carts, we rent. Yeah.
Yes.
Got it.
But
Okay,
that-
thank you.
That expense is paid for, the leasing.
It's in the operating budget.
It's in the operating budget, yes.
Okay.
Representative Sir.
Yes, I just wanted to ask, do you have a CIP at all for repairing the sand traps? Or did you roll that into maintenance?
No, we do have a separate CIP for the maintenance of the sand traps.
Oh, that's what I thought. So this doesn't include the sand traps, right?
That's correct.
And you take, your self-funded plan only is self-funded for the operating expenses. It's not for the CIPs, right?
That's correct.
But it is for vehicles.
So when we get to the CIPs, that we have to pay out of pocket, right?
Well, that would be up to you, but yes, that is correct, at this point in time.
Yeah, the town has to pay for that. You're not self-funded for your CIPs.
That is correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
Seeing no other hands raised, the number on the floor is $1,552,840. All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Okay, if you could lower your hands, please. If you could lower your hands, please. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstaining? So that passes 34-0. Next up is account 3240 on page 160.
Okay. Powers, put on the floor the number of, sorry about that. Powers put on the floor a number of, I can't read my own writing, $1,428,761, seconded by Aubrey.
No, I don't think that's right. No, it's one.
I got,
I believe that's 1,248,000, not
Oh.
448.
I'm dyslexic, I put them backwards.
Okay.
Saving money.
Did that pass?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And do you have a number for the floor?
I beg your pardon?
What are you gonna put on the floor? What are you gonna put on the floor?
I'm going to put on the floor $1,248,761.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Representative Sean Powers. Director Barry, could you please speak to this?
Sure. This is also a special revenue fund, so the costs, the direct costs associated with running a class, so for example, aquatics, the fees that we collect for someone to learn how to swim cover the cost that we pay to rent the pool at Avery Point, the cost to pay for the instructor, and all other kind of affiliated costs like any equipment that would be associated with swimming, and that kind of carries over to all of our programs. So whether it's yoga or an exercise class, the fees that we collect pay for those direct expenses associated with running the program. So this, again, is not a fund that impacts the taxpayers.
Can you clarify, please? You are taking money from the fund balance. That is the fund balance for this account, correct?
Yes.
And how much is in that fund balance, please?
That changes day to day based on the revenue that we collect and the expenses that are going out. So we don't usually have that number until the end of the fiscal year. Usually it's like August when all the accounts have been closed, that we know the final amount. Prior to COVID, that fund balance was a couple $100,000. When COVID hit, it wiped us out, and we actually came to the council in the R.T.M. last year asking that from taxpayer dollars to cover the shortage. And I'm hopeful that I did not put any money in this year to request that, so we've seen the program registration is climbing back up to what it was. We're not quite pre-COVID yet, but I'm hopeful that we will not have to come back and ask the taxpayers to cover the difference if our expenses exceeded our revenue. And generally, we manage classes. When we're looking at whether we run a class or don't run a class, we're very cognizant of what our expenses are associated with that and what our projected revenue is.
Representative Gauthier.
Just wanted it to be noted that I joined the meeting at 9:30. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Powers, Sean.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Director Berry, can you give us a quick overview of the award that Groton received for our senior center this past year? I think it was a national award that we received.
Well, I don't like saying this, but we've received a number of different awards. And actually, probably Mary Jo Riley, who was the director here, I think this would be a great time for her to come up and, because she really deserves the credit.
Thank you, Director Berry. Thank you.
She's coming.
We have won 4 awards in the last 6 months. One was a Program of Excellence for the National Council on Aging for diversity, equity, and inclusion for our inclusion program for people with dementia. We won a Connecticut Council of Municipalities Award for the same program for the same thing. We also won the Beacon Award through the International Council on Active Aging for North America for our programming for wellness, for all the health education, fitness, mental health programs, and it just encompasses all the wellness programs that we have done. Our most recent one was from the Connecticut Healthy Aging Collaborative, and that was the Wellspring Award, and that was for the work we did before we changed our name to Thrive 55, looking at why people use and don't use our facility, and then making the decision and doing the research on, do we change our name and don't we change our name, which also involved inclusion and equity. And so we were recognized again for our work towards inclusion and equity. So those were the awards we received this year.
Thank you very much. And all of us in the community appreciate all the hard work that you perform here for all the seniors in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Berry.
Representative Surf.
God, I was so impressed with what what you just said that I forgot what I was going to ask. Okay, I'll just skip it for now.
Okay.
Sorry. But congratulations.
Seeing no other questions, the number on the floor is 1,248,761. All in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
You could lower your hand, please. If you could lower your hand, please. Representative Casper. Okay, we're gonna, yeah. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstaining? That motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Next up is CIP 4A, page 216.
Just to finish what we started, though, we started to work on the CIPs and we lost our quorum. So we had to adjourn until a date to be set. And Chris Powers helped me with that. So now, moving on to, just one second. There we go. The R.T.M. Recreation Committee met on May 4th, 2023 at Thrive 55 Living Centers, 6 p.m. to consider FYE 2024 proposed budget. Members present were L. Obry, K. Powers, C. Casper, H. Waston, J. Scott. Absent were Lynn Crockett, S. Harline, and P. Weaver. A quorum was declared. Also present were Mr. Barry, Eric Morrison, and we move forward to discussing the CIPs. CIP 4A, facility improvements. Motion to approve by K. Power and seconded by Casper for $90,000. 5 in favor. So moved.
Second. Seconded by Cap.
Thank you.
Director Barry, do you want to touch on this?
Sure. The proposed project is to install a geogrid in a portion of the parking lot at Pequannock Plains Park. Any of you that have driven by Pequannock Plains Park after a rain event, there's a rather large puddle that starts at Route 1 and goes all the way across the parking lot close to the field. The idea behind this is that we would tear up, there's currently a, not paved, but a gravel parking lot. And the idea is we would tear up the gravel parking lot, put in this geogrid, which is, they come in large sheets. They're individualized, like squares or rectangles or whatever, rectangles. Fill that with crushed stone so that it actually allows the water to drain quicker and better because there's a drainage issue there. And this project is also part of an application that our resiliency manager has submitted a grant application for, and we're going to be looking at in that grassy area between Route 1 and the parking lot, actually putting in a bioswale, which is kind of a fancy name for a marsh. I think one of the council members at the meeting described it as a mosquito pit. We're giving it a little better name than a mosquito pit. Anyway, the whole goal is to try to reduce the amount of, improve the runoff and the drainage so that we don't have this issue with the water flooding the parking lot and the area adjacent to the parking lot.
Representative Evan. Sorry, Representative Evan?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I was curious if the GeoGrid is made out of plastic.
Yes, it is.
I would encourage you to look for a different material, because I've noticed that these things degrade and create microplastics in the environment. I've noticed it with some of the netting that's used by the old Cutler School, to stabilize the turf around that pond, which I know is a different thing, but that, these plastics are generating microplastics, and we really should be vigilant about this. So if there's another fabrication and another material, I would encourage you to look at it. I feel like the only way to stop the input of these microplastics and the production of them is to stop using plastic. It's not a sustainable way forward. It's also fabricated using fossil fuels. So I don't know if there's a metal one or something else that could be used there. And the other thing I might mention, I think it's great that you're looking at stormwater runoff and enhancing infiltration in that part, because flooding is definitely an issue. I might encourage you to look at rain gardens instead of bioswales, or maybe a combination, because that might reduce the mosquito pit kind of characterization. But anyway, thank you.
Representative Sir.
Yes. I think we should, it's a well-known fact when the park thing was built, that is a wetlands there. And of course, it keeps trying to go back to being a wetlands. And everything that we've tried to do over the years and the money we've tried to spend has been for naught, because nature will win out here. It's a wetlands and it will remain a wetlands. Therefore, not only should we not put any plastic in there, because that'll just add it to the wetlands water, but I really recommend that we go back to having it be what it was before. You called it a marsh, whatever. It's a wetlands. It will always be a wetlands. Just restore it back to what it was. A giant puddle, mosquitoes are not. And that's the best use of our money, because it will never be anything different. And people were told when they built the park.
Representative Sir. Yeah, it's your point.
Yes? Okay, so.
Hold on, there's a point. Can you grab your microphone, please?
What do you want me to do?
Hold on, there's a point of order on the floor.
Could we just stick to the subject at hand?
Yes.
And not go off on a tangent? Thank you.
Representative Sir, hold on. I get to rule on this. So if you can.
It's the subject at hand.
Point of order.
Hold on. Let me go through the first one first, please. Representative Sir, I know you're talking about there being wetlands. Can we talk about the actual GeoGrid? Is there something that you wanted to speak about to the GeoGrid?
Yes, it's not going to work, because that's a wetlands and it will always be a wetlands. It always has been. Everything we've tried to do, all the money that we spent, and we spent a lot of money on that. You all probably don't remember, but I've been on the R.T.M. a lot, and we spent a lot of money on trying to fill that spot. It doesn't work.
Okay, thank you. What's your point of order?
My point of order is that Mr. Barry is here.
Madam Moderator, all due respect, my point of order was before Representative Massett.
Okay, hold on. You're right. Representative Thomas, my apologies.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind the body that Rule 8.7 allows a representative to defend their point of discussion when accused of a point of order.
And we allowed her to. Thank you. Representative Massett.
Mr. Barry is here, and he is a professional, and I think he knows what he's doing. So the decision should be his. Thank you.
I don't know about that.
Okay,
May I
Representative
speak
Surf,
to
did
that?
you- go ahead.
May I just?
You may
Okay.
finish.
I very much respect Mr. Berry, and I know he's a professional, but there's a history. This all happened before his time. And, you know, I can go back and find you the facts on the fact that it's been reported on over and over again that this was a wetlands. And he probably doesn't know that because the town always tries to gloss it over that they built on top of a wetland. But why should we keep paying when you can't fix it, is my point.
Okay.
Just put it back as a wetlands, put it back as a marsh and leave it there.
Okay, thank you. Representative Casper, you had your hand up next. Representative Casper? Representative Casper.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Madam Moderator. I just wanted to reply to Representative Surf that they're talking about the parking lot with the GeoGrid, which currently is gravel. And I don't understand her wetlands that it won't work because the gravel is there.
But that was to cover.
Representative Surf, you do not have the floor, please.
Approved by that.
All right.
Representative Casper, do you have any other additional comments?
No, I don't.
Okay. I would like to ask a quick question. The GeoGrid, Representative Eben brought up a great point about not using more plastics. Is there a possibility to not use plastics?
I did make a note that we would look at alternatives
Okay.
to
Thank
that.
you.
I mean, yes.
Thank you. Representative Surf.
Yes, I'd like to reply to why the gravel was put there. That was one of the solutions that was attempted in order to fill the wetlands. Everything that we've done going back for ever since that Pequannock, I think it's right about when I moved to town when that Pequannock Plains Park was built and an attempt was made to make that parking lot. Everything we've done, and there's a long history of it, has been to try to fill that wetlands, including with the gravel. So it's not a parking lot, okay? We really tried. It's not working.
Okay. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I understand Representative Surf's concerns, and I also, but I kind of find myself falling in the middle here. And, you know, I would align my comments with Representative Eben, you know, in the idea of like trying to find, you know, a more, and your own comments there, Moderator Rusk, as far as like trying to find a more environmentally responsible attempt to mitigate the situation. Although I think it is important to kind of keep things in the grand context, and not having lived in Groton the whole time, but having been growing up in this area from way back when, I do vaguely remember Pequannock Plains before it was a park, and you know, it was a marshlands, you know, so there is a natural. We're fighting an uphill battle there, so everyone, you know, just needs to take that into account. I think it's important to keep things in context as well. So, so yeah, I would love to hear what other options exist as far as doing the gravel grid thing, as far as not using plastics. Thank you.
Representative Whitney.
Thank you. I just have two questions. With the GeoGrid, is that the intention to do the entire footprint of the current parking lot where it's, I don't believe it's gravel right now, I think it's just dirt, really. But is the GeoGrid going to cover that whole area or just all the way to the playground?
Some of that will depend on current costs. The goal would be to at least get to the rotary area. You know, it's the giant round planter before you kind of take a left to head down to the playground. If we could do more, we would. But we'll just have to see how far we're able to go. But initially, it would be coming off of the pavement, that section that runs parallel to Route 1, that section of the parking lot, which is the area that floods most frequently.
Right. Thank you. My other question is, I'm reasonably familiar with the geogrid, so it's a, kind of a lattice work of plastic or another material, and then you fill it with small gravel.
Right.
And at that point, it's a level surface, but pretty quickly the gravel gets kicked out. And to me, it seems like, it's a place where it's trippable. And I was wondering if there's any consideration given to how it will actually be underfoot, particularly for the children that'll be using that quite a bit.
We would probably maintain it the way we do now, which is we will drag the parking lot to fill in the potholes. This would eliminate also the problem of potholes, but we have drags that we could drag over it to, if we do find that the material is actually coming out of out of that lattice work as you described it. So there would be some ongoing maintenance to that. Hopefully there's not a lot of kids playing in the parking lot. But yeah, we would, certainly concerned about people walking across it and creating trip hazards, and so we would continue to have to maintain it. But the goal is to try to reduce the amount of flooding that takes place in that area.
Representative Watson.
Hi, I need to speak to the wetlands. I was actually on the committee when Paquonic Plains was built, and
Point of order.
Your point?
We're speaking to the budget, not the wetlands discussion.
Representative Watson, does this tie to the GeoGrid?
well, it's misinformation, and I thought I would clarify that. But if Representative Gothier
If you
objects to
can,
that, I'll shut up.
Can you make it very concise?
Yeah, there used to be a carnival there for decades before we built Paquonic Plains, and it was just a big field. When we built the field, we would not have been able to build the field without some kind of wetlands consideration in the mid-90s. That's what the laws were. The problem with the field is it's too low considering what sea level is.
Okay.
And I'll stop.
Thank you. Representative Gustafson.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I just wanted to clarify my understanding. So the boundaries of this GeoGrid end at the parking lot edges. It wouldn't go into, like, say, the grass area between the parking lot and Route 1. Is that correct?
Yes, currently the proposed project, it would not go any further than the parking lot. As I mentioned, we are the sustainability and resiliency manager has put a grant application in to look at doing some more work in that grassy area from the edge of the parking lot out towards Route 1.
What type of work is she looking at for that? Actually, it's nuts. Never mind. All right, thanks for the information.
Representative Frickman.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. First of all, I just want to say first that I totally agree with this because I think the drainage issue needs to be solved, and we're on that field all the time for the lacrosse. I just wanted to follow up real quick. The work that gets done there, I'm guessing that'll take place during off-season time, so people will still have access to parking to the field.
Yes, we would make sure that this project was done at the close of probably the fall season.
All right, I appreciate that, and I think it definitely needs to get done, so I fully support this. Thank you.
Representative Merritt.
Was there a planning and development stage of this funding? And how much was it? Planning and engineering?
The engineering of this was done in-house. So no money has been spent. We didn't bring in a consultant.
So this is the bottom line then?
Yes.
I'd be willing to go for it. I've seen that and utilized that field over the years, and it's another design that perhaps might work this time.
Representative Thomas?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I just also want to throw out for consideration's sake, the town did pass a plastic ordinance, a ban on plastics, and so I'm just wondering, like, how does the resiliency director feel about the plastic part of this equation, and how does putting plastics into the ground, willfully into the ground in an area that could be, churned up with rocks, how does that relate to our plastics ordinance and the ban?
It doesn't relate
If
to the
the director
ordinance.
could speak to that, or the manager. Thank you.
Well, in terms of ordinance, it doesn't get affected by the ordinance, but in terms of the resilience manager.
Yeah, that is not a discussion that I've had with the resilience manager. She is aware of this proposed project and utilized this project as part of a match towards the grant that she was writing. So I'm assuming that she, is supportive of the idea, recognizing that we need to do something, and we will certainly look at any alternatives to plastic, that would be sustainable to having traffic, drive over it, and whatever kind of maintenance we need to do.
Thank you for that. Is that a thing that we might get another look at before you guys actually move on it, on the decision, or is that just going to be an internal mechanism?
Are you asking for us to come back to the R.T.M. to approve the type of grid?
No.
Well, I don't know. I'm having a hard time kind of squaring it with the idea of the plastics ordinance that we have versus, which was supposed to keep plastics from, drifting down our streets and into the water. And then here we are willfully putting plastic in the ground right next to, in a body of water, essentially. So, I don't know. That's probably a jurisdictional issue. I don't think we have the authority to ask you to do that. Or it may be a cost issue, like maybe the materials.
Point of order.
Your point?
We're talking about the money now. We're not talking about what materials go in there. We've already done that.
It's part of the project.
Yeah, and actually I was getting to the money thing. Because looking at alternative materials could cost more. So I guess maybe if it costs more than the $10,000 threshold, that would trigger a conversation with the R.T.M. But I'm just, again, trying to highlight there's sort of a conflict there, I guess, of a philosophy between the plastics ordinance and a plastic geogrid. And I'm all in favor of trying the geogrid idea. I think it's a great idea, a nice approach. I like the idea of, trying to adapt the marsh, do a marshland or a rain garden of some kind to absorb the water in the low spots of the greenery. I just have a hard time thinking of, willfully inserting plastic into the wet environment right there.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
No,
Did you?
I was just
Okay.
saying, there's certainly a lot of materials like polyester that doesn't break down in other things, and we'll certainly look at that.
So the commitment from the director and the town manager is that they will look at other options other than plastic.
Yes.
Okay. Seeing no other hands raised, the number on the floor is $90,000 for CIP 4A. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
I had my hand up to move another number,
Representative,
and you went right to the main number again.
Representative Surf, your hand was not up.
Yes, it was up. Ask it.
Okay.
It was absolutely up. Well, this time I just wanted to move a different number.
Okay, Representative Surf, we've already moved the number. So if it fails, then you're welcome to move another number. If everyone could please lower your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. We have Representative Cerf, Representative Eben, Representative Gauthier. If you could please lower your hands. Anyone abstaining? Representative Thomas? So that passes. How many? How many opposed? 3, 1. So that passes 31 to 3 to 1. Okay. Next on our list is CIP 4B. Representative Adams?
Point of
It
order.
is 10
It's
o'clock.
10 o'clock.
Sorry, it is official, sorry,
It's
the
10
clock
o'clock.
behind me. Sorry, the clock behind me says I have 1 more minute. So it is 10 o'clock. I would like a consensus. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more CIPs.
Just to mention, several of those are zero,
Yeah, there's
both
only-
from both sides, they can't be
Yes.
changed.
Quite a
Yeah.
few of those
Also
are zero. So at least
Yeah.
4 of them are zero. Those of you who would like to stay, there's 3 more?
There's only 3, because the
There's-
rest, it's either ARPA or they've been zeroed out.
Okay, so there's 3 more CIPs to continue. Those of you who would like to stay, please raise your hand.
I don't count.
That is definitely a majority. Okay. So we are, thank you all, and thank you for Director Barry. If you need to leave, please let us know. We understand. We are on CIP 4B, Community Connectivity Program on page 217.
Would you like me to do something while you're?
Go ahead.
Okay, okay. Account number 4B, Community Connectivity Program. We had a motion to put $40,000 on the table. Al Obry put it on, Harry Watson seconded. What we talked about mainly is there's many walking exercise programs at Thrive 55, and walking paths will help people get outside for walking. Community wanted more connecting walking paths. This one, as Dr. Berry can talk about, will connect the senior, where we are.
55.
with the library. So it'll be a very nice area for people to enjoy. And there were 5 in favor and nobody opposed. We were in favor of the $40,000.
So moved? You got to say so.
Oh, so moved.
Is there a second?
Watson second.
Watson seconds. Thank you. Representative Casper, do you have a question? Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'd like to put another number on the floor, 0.
And is there a second?
Bailey, second.
Okay, would you like to speak to your number?
I see no reason to put in a trail. People can walk behind the library, people can walk behind the senior center, people can walk from the senior center to the library, people can walk from the library to the senior center. The taxpayers do not need to spend $40,000 on this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Representative Whitney.
I have a couple questions. Actually, I was wondering about the surface for this. It says it's crushed stone, or not, maybe it's stone dust. Is that similar to the surface that's on the track around Pequannock Plains?
Yes.
Okay. And then in the out years, there are other ones. This is a community connectivity program. The next years will be for bike paths. Are those going to be paved, or are they going to be the same surface?
No, the bike paths would likely be paved.
So I was wondering if we do choose to fund this, given its location out of Thrive 55 Plus, does it make sense to pave it instead so it's more friendly for, say, wheelchairs or walkers or anything else?
That's certainly an option. I'm not sure that $40,000 would cover the cost. This is not simply a trail from one building to another. This is a loop that would go out by the hockey rink, out behind the library recreation field, a multipurpose field, and then actually go out behind the library and connect to the paved sidewalk that runs along between the library and Route 117. And it would also circle back. So we're looking at creating a loop, not just a single path. The reason that we chose stone dust is because it's a smooth surface, it's durable. As you mentioned, at Pequannock Plains Park, you see people walking on that all the time. It's a much better surface for somebody with mobility issues, which is something that folks that participate in programs here, a lot of them have mobility issues. So having a firm, flat surface versus trying to walk either across the parking lot or walk across grass, which, while it may look like it's flat, is not always flat. So the goal was to provide a safer path for folks to use, allow us to expand the walking programs that we have here. Not everybody has access to Pequannock Plains Park, so it would allow us to expand the walking programs beyond the four walls of this building.
Thank you. And I was wondering if you could speak more broadly on how long this trail is, how it would connect to the Groton sale that's going to go in, and then just how it fit. I guess you already explained sort of the additional need for fitness trails, but if you'd like to continue on that, that'd be great.
Yeah, I have not seen the plans for the sale, so I can't speak to the exact connectivity and how that would look. I can tell you that the recreational needs assessments that we've done, community connectivity is the #1 identified need in the community. So making more connections is a top priority for the community.
And then how long's the trail?
I don't have that in front of me. I'm not sure. It would be, like I said, out behind the hockey rink, out behind the athletic field, loop back around. I'm not sure. More than 1/10 of a mile.
Representative Sir.
Yes, I would like to totally corroborate what has just been said about the walking trail. The stone dust is much more comfortable to walk on than pavement. As somebody with gigantic mobility issues right now, I can guarantee that walking, #1, is the most recommended exercise for seniors or for anybody actually, and that walking on a smooth surface like the stone dust is the best possible walking surface you can have. So I'm 1,000% in favor of this project. It's incredibly important for the health of our community.
Okay, seeing no other hands raised. Representative Sir, your hand's still raised?
Oh, is it really? Wow.
Okay. Seeing no other hands raised, the number currently on the floor is $0. All in favor of $0, please raise your hand. I've got Representative Adams, Representative Gardner, Representative Burrill, Frickman, Bailey, Scott, Dean Shinbrot, Amboise, Gauthier. Did I miss anybody? This is for $0. Okay. All those opposed to that, please raise your hand. Anyone abstaining? I'm sorry, if everyone online could please lower their hand. Anyone abstaining? Representative Merritt. So that motion fails. Do you have the number?
25 in favor, 9 opposed, and 1 abstention.
25 in favor, so that motion passes.
Excuse me, no. 25 opposed. There's 9 in favor.
9 in favor, 25 opposed, 1 abstention. Seeing no hand, Representative Scott.
Thank you. Did I hear you say that the length of this trail is 1/10 of a mile?
It's closer to a quarter. It's actually, we just pulled it up, and it's just under a quarter of a mile.
So $40,000 for a quarter of a mile. So we're talking, what, $160,000 for a full mile? It seems expensive.
These figures were generated by the engineering department,
And they're pretty accurate.
and they're pretty accurate.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no hands, the number on the floor is $40,000. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, if you could lower your hands, please.
Sean, thanks for doing that. How about that?
Never mind. All those opposed, please raise your hand. We have Representative Adams, Representative Gardner, Representative Burrill, Scott, Frickman, Bailey, Amboise, sorry,
Okay.
and Gauthier. If you could put your hands down, please. Anyone abstaining? Representative Merritt. I have 8 opposed. Okay. So our total number is 35 still?
Yes, with correcting.
Okay, so we have, I'm sorry, you said 8, 9. So we have 20, this motion passes 26 to 8 to 1. All right, moving on to CIP 4C, golf course improvement plans on page 219.
$129,000.
Madam Chair, do you have minutes?
I beg your
Do you have minutes?
Yes. It was put on the floor by myself, seconded by Harry Watson. We had a discussion with the golf course director. They have a plan where they're going to be doing improvements each year. With the number of people that are using the golf course, it's a constant program to keep things the way they should be. So after conversation, it was approved by all in favor.
Who's the number?
And the number is 129,000. I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Sean Powers. Director Berry, would you like to speak to this? Please.
Sure, as it was mentioned, this is an ongoing project. We have focused on bunkers, mostly because, as I mentioned earlier, we do a golfer satisfaction survey every 2 years. One of the questions that we ask is, please rate different elements of the golf course. And historically, bunkers are rated the lowest by golfers. So that's our best investment to improve the golfer experience, is to improve the bunkers. Bunkers also come into play with pace of play. So what ends up happening is the longer it takes a golfer to play around a golf, kind of the less desirable it is. When you get into a bunker that hasn't been renovated in a number of years, what happens is, over the course of time, the face of the bunker builds up. So a bunker that was originally maybe only 2 feet deep, over the course of time becomes 3 or 4 feet deep. Getting out of that bunker takes more effort. You're spraying more sand on the face of the bunker, and it just continues to build up. So, as I said, we're focusing on improving, focusing on the bunkers. There's also some work here proposed to improve some of the tees. I think when this course was originally designed and built, the expectation was that there'd be about 10,000 rounds of golf played. We're currently averaging over 30,000 rounds. So because of all of those rounds of golf, it requires upkeep to the course. And as I mentioned earlier, part of that golfer satisfaction survey, we track the revenue that it generates for the local, for Groton, and that averages about $400,000 a year.
And just to mention, the original request to me was actually $258,000. I cut it back to it just because of how many, I think it's very much needed, but just based on how many requests I had, I cut it back to what I considered the bare minimum for maintenance.
Representative Norman. Quick question here. I mean, it is awesome that there's 3 times the number of golf games being played or rounds than we expected. Also assume that means a lot of revenue, which also builds to your over $800,000 in your golf fund. Can you tell me why this should come from the town funds and not draw down on the $800,000 in your golf reserve right now?
As I had mentioned earlier, we have projected out a budget for vehicle replacement or equipment replacement. That over the next few years is $340,000. We're also proposing, we need a fund balance to make sure that in the event that we get 12 rainy weekends in a row and we lose $150,000, that we've got enough money to cover that.
But still, 12 rainy weekends, $150,000. The next 5 years of vehicle repairs is, you said 300. You still have over $300,000 in that fund balance without any new funds coming in, which is more than the 129. So you've got like 5 years of cushion plus 12 rainy weekends and still have a lot of room.
Well, that's assuming that we don't have, we're seeing more and more rain events. I mean, I can't predict what the weather's going to be like over the next 5 years and just say that we're only going to have one stretch where it's 12 weekends. It took us 10 years to get to this point. So it's not like, we didn't get to the 800,000 overnight.
And the town council did have a little bit of this discussion. They asked next year that we're going to break out the vehicles out of that into a separate item, so you know what the difference is. At this point, even the council nor the R.T.M. can actually change the revenue source, so we can't change at this point. But next year, they want to plan for how we might start using up a little bit of that fund balance.
So you're saying just to clarify, so if we zero this out, you all could choose to pull off of that fund balance to accomplish this, or, right?
Once it's zeroed, I mean, the project zeroed, the R.T.M. doesn't look at revenue source, so. And once it's already been zeroed, I'm not sure it could be.
So if a capital project, regardless of the method or source of funding, shall be undertaken let me repeat this. No capital project, regardless of the method or source of funding, shall be undertaken unless it has the approval of the majority vote of the R.T.M. So if we zero this out, they cannot move forward with the budget. They could come back later and say, we want to do this, and this is where we're getting the money from. But the R.T.M. would have to approve of that.
And then it might be too late to meet this season, too, for doing the work.
Correct. Next, Representative Sean Powers, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. As we go forward with this project, Director Berry, I see that the total cost is like $3,613,000 for just the bunker repairs. You know, we also see that there's, 510 next year, 507, 575. In my experience, you know, from playing golf and being an athlete and having a lot of fun out there, the bunker repairs are definitely needed because the course deteriorates and then we have less rounds of play and then we have less revenue sources. Plus, I truly believe that, you know, this is a public property that needs to be maintained just like everything else in the town, and it's affiliated with the town, and it's public. It's not a private course, and the repair costs are not going to get any cheaper. And if we let it deteriorate to the point that it is now, because I played there, it's just not in the best interest of the town. So I would be voting for this number and everyone going forward with this project. Thank you.
Next, I had Representative Gauthier. Did you put your hand up and take it down? Because you're not in the right order. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. So I guess I understand CIPs to be non-reoccurring projects. This sounds like it's a recurring maintenance need. The bunkers should always be maintained. I guess I don't understand, why is this being funded as a CIP and not through the department as part of its regular maintenance of the golf course?
We contract this out. It's not done. We have expert, don't we? That's how we contract this out. We don't do it internally. We do it different. Yeah, we have our architect that helps. It's actually a very involved process, especially because it's a Don Ross course. It was designed by a famous golf course designer. So we put it back to how it was originally done. Each one is, you do certain pieces each year, so it's not like you're doing the same piece another year. You do a piece that'll last, what, probably 10 years at least?
Talking to the mic so they can hear.
Oh, sorry. So you do one of these in a year, and that project lasts for about 10 years. And then...
But the bunkers need to continuously be maintained, right?
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I agree that the fund balance seems pretty high and should be able to cover this. I understand that it might not happen this year because of that. And I'm still not sold that the CIP is the correct place to be funding the maintenance of the bunkers, regardless of how long one bunker may last after the maintenance. The bunkers are there. They always need to be maintained with the rest of the golf course, as I understand it. So I'll be supporting a zero.
And just to mention, the golf course main budget is all paid for out of the fees, and so we wouldn't want to mix because you're never going to pay for all the bunker use out of fees. Matter of fact, so let's say you have $800,000, $340 for the vehicles. You're not going to want to touch that once you put it aside for the vehicles. So that leaves what does that leave about $460? You probably want to keep at least $250,000 balance in there. So one-time bunker usage, if you paid for it all out of there, you pretty much used up your flexibility. So I think you'd more want to look at a piece of it every year, maybe $25,000, $50,000 each year or something like that, depending on how that fund grows. But you want a policy in place to determine that. You'll definitely want to study it.
So am I understanding that the fees generated from the course aren't sufficient to cover the maintenance and running of the course?
Not if you're counting bunkers.
Yeah, not if you're counting $500,000 projects, that's correct.
I'd like to make a motion for zero.
Is there a second?
Second, Thomas.
Do you want to speak to your motion any more than you have?
Yeah, I believe that this is a regular maintenance item, should be covered by the department, and if the fees don't cover it, then maybe there should be a reevaluation of the fees for the true cost of maintenance and running this golf course.
Just to mention, we actually look heavily at, if we priced any more, we believe we'd actually drive people away. We're right where we think we should be for fees, and you're not likely, unless you add some brand new amenity, you're not likely going to increase it significantly. So what we would do is offset their regular budget through general fund instead of just fees then.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So along those lines, I guess I'd be curious to know what other sources of revenue are coming into the golf course besides just greens fees? There's par 4 there, and there's also a pro shop, correct?
That is correct. And the pro shop, par 4 does pay the town of Groton for rental of that facility. And as we mentioned earlier, it's greens fees, season memberships, cart fees, are the three or four primary sources.
Okay, and so if we voted for a 0 on this and that passed, and this project still wanted to move forward, the next logical step in the process, you guys would maybe come back to us and ask for an allowance to go into the fund balance? Did I understand the moderator correctly on that sequence of events?
What I said was that if we zeroed this out tonight, the town council could entertain another go at this with other money, other source of
Okay.
funding. But it would still have to come back to the RTM for approval.
And again, I think that would take away the flexibility. I'm not sure we would come back. First of all, I think we'd miss the season, so we'd probably wait another year, and one way or another, bulk of these things are gonna be paid for out of general fund in the future, so.
All right, so I guess, well, moving forward, I guess maybe it would be important to kind of maybe take away the self-sufficiency adjective from the golf course, because that is in fact not the case, because the golf course without the bunkers is obviously, as you all have identified, would be a lesser value, a lesser thing, and would not be functional, nor would be attractive, and we would lose. So there is an ongoing public investment into this golf course. So, you know, we should just at least, you know, call it for what it is. Yeah, I mean, I align my comments mostly with Representative Gauthier on this one, as far as, you know, it just seems like this is an ongoing project. It's like a bridge painting, the Golden Gate Bridge, you know, it's like as soon as you're done with the 10-year loop, you finally get the last bunker done, you're gonna start over the top again. So, it is an ongoing thing. So yeah, that's all I gotta say about it. I'm gonna be voting for 0 on this one, I think. Thanks.
Representative Whitney.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. It seems like the 129,000 is roughly could do a bunker. Is that about right? Or is it, what can the 129,000 do for next year?
It would depend on which particular bunker. We could probably do a couple of bunkers, but we also may have to give up doing a bunker in order to work on a T area, so we would have to go back to the architect and figure out exactly what we could do with that money.
So it seems like it's a little less than what would cover redoing one hole's worth of bunkers and tees.
Yeah, there's a different number of bunkers on different holes, so obviously half the money will do less, but it allows us to continue to move forward with making the ongoing improvements to the course. And just to be clear, we are maintaining the bunkers on a daily basis. It's not like the architect comes in, he redesigns the bunker, and then we just turn our back on it for the next 10 years. We're constantly putting sand in, it's getting raked and maintained on a daily basis. So it's outside the scope of maintenance, outside the scope of what our staff can do. We don't have, you know, the giant pieces of equipment that they use to carve out the bunkers. I mean, we have equipment to mow around it, we have equipment to fill the bunkers, but we don't have the expertise to and the equipment to, you know, carve out and rebuild the bunker.
Right, thank you. Thank you for bringing that up, because I think in the course of our discussion, we sort of blended maintenance with what's actually the terminology in the CIP, which is to renovate and restore.
Right.
Fundamentally, what I think this is restoration of a historic property. And I believe this is on the National Register. Is it for historic places?
No, there's been some discussion.
Right.
So
We think it could be if we wanted it to be.
So I think if we do want it to be, it should stay close to the original designs.
Yeah.
And doing roughly one hole a year for 18 years, and then just keep on going through, that seems like a good investment to me. Then my other question was just, when was the last time before we started this process that they were renovated and restored?
These particular holes or other, I mean, these particular bunkers or other bunkers within the course?
Just in general, my sense is it had been decades.
Well, we're actually making renovations to some of the bunkers right now on different holes. I could not tell you the last time that, you know, the particular bunker that we've identified, the last time that was renovated. I don't have that information. I don't know, Eric Morrison, who's the golf course superintendent, who's here, and Eric might be able to speak to the last time this particular bunker, or the bunkers that we're looking at for next fiscal year, were actually renovated.
Yeah, because my recollection is, before starting this a couple of years ago, that it had been a long time before any renovation or restoration had been done.
They've never been renovated.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
They're over 100 years old.
Mr. Morrison, could you please just introduce yourself for those people who may not know who you are?
I'm Eric Morrison. I'm the manager of golf course and parks maintenance.
Thank you. I have Representative Cerf next.
Yes. I have been through the discussion before with the bunkers, and when I first started playing golf, I used to curse those darn bunkers because they're some of the hardest in the world. But that Donald Ross course is, in fact, one of the great, wonders of the golf world. We're very lucky to have it. It's enormously respected and loved by everyone who's played there. It's abominably hard to play because of those darn bunkers. But they are the sort of signature, one of the signatures of that golf course, and they really must be maintained. It's a treasure, that golf course. And the maintenance of the golf course, which is like basically going and raking and making sure the water doesn't accumulate and all of that, which they do on a daily basis, is fine. But after a while, the bunkers do get hard, dirt gets in there, the sand washes away, and the whole thing has to really be redone, fresh sand put in, all of that. And so that's the capital of the CIP that we need, not just the maintenance. And I know it's a big expense, and I know it's a CIP, but we have to do CIP on that golf course all the time. But that's the price of maintaining a museum quality golf course and a great historical treasure. So I'm in favor of doing it. It's one of the best things we have in Groton.
Thank you. I'm going to just note that it is past 10:30. If you are just agreeing with somebody else, if you could just hold that for your vote, that would be fantastic. Representative Wells.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I've said this before. Golf courses do not pay for themselves. The money is in the amenities, and the casinos, the restaurants, the rental spaces. You may recall that this course originally had a very fine hotel. I mean, I don't know, I remember seeing it. It was all lit up with much coming and going. The course does not have that, and I know that a few years ago, Donald Trump's golf courses in New Jersey got into deep trouble because they'd overserved somebody.
Representative Wells, could you please go back to the golf course improvement plan?
Well, the courses don't pay for themselves. You're not going to, people keep thinking you're going to pay for it out of the greens fees. They do not. The money is made through other things of the course, which we don't have. They're in the town, the restaurants, the bars, for God forbid, even the casinos that attract people here are not part of the golf course. We don't directly make money off of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Casper.
Thank you, Madam Madam Moderator.
No.
On the bunkers, it's not just routine maintenance, and the biggest problem, Eric, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that some of these 100-year-old bunkers do not have good drainage, and when it rains, they end up being ponds. They become water hazards. And that's really probably a lot of the expense in redoing them is just getting that drainage correct.
Yes, drainage is part of the project. Many of these older bunkers don't have any drainage at all. And like you stated, after rainstorms, they are full of water.
Representative Norman.
I was gonna call the question.
All right.
I just wanted to throw another number, I didn't have another comment, I just want to put another number up real quick.
The question's been called.
Question's been called.
I've been waiting, I have my hand up. Thank you.
Hold on. The question's been called. It's not debatable. So,
I did not hear a second.
is there a second? Who's my second?
Second, Amboise, second.
Representative Pacino. Okay, we are voting to call the question. It is a roll call vote, and it's a 2/3 vote.
Oh, we'd have to check.
Yes, please.
Yes. Adams?
Yes.
Amboise?
Yes.
Bailey?
Yes.
Burrell? Bright? Casper?
Yes.
Surf?
Representative
Surf?
Surf?
Moving the question, Surf? Chase? Cobb? Dean Shinbrot?
Yes.
Eben?
No.
Frickman?
Yes.
Gardner?
Yes.
Gothier?
No.
Gustafson?
Yes.
Hainline?
Yes.
Hanscom?
Yes.
Caden? Oops, she left. Massett?
Yes.
McAllery?
Yes.
Roy? 16. Merritt?
Yes.
Norman?
Yes.
Aubrey?
Yes.
Perry?
Yes.
Powers K?
Yes.
Powers S?
Yes.
Pacino?
Yes.
Scott?
No.
Cimarero?
Yes.
Thomas?
Representative Thomas?
No.
B.C. Williams?
No.
Watson?
Yes.
Wells?
No.
Whitney?
No.
And Rusk?
Yes.
26.
So that passes 26
I didn't get Surf, though.
to... Oh, Representative Surf?
Yes, I voted no.
Okay. So it's 27.
She voted no, not yet.
Oops, I'm sorry. Oopsie. See. Okay.
So that passes. So we are now voting on the number on the floor, which is 100. Zero. My apologies. The first number that we are voting for is 0. Representative Amboise and Frickman, if you can lower your hands, please. So the number on the floor is 0. All those in favor of 0, please raise your hand. I have Representative Eben, Representative Gothier, Representative Frickman, Representative Scott, Representative Bailey, and Representative Gardner, sorry. That is 6. If you can please put your hands down.
Abstentions.
All those in opposed to 0, please raise your hand.
Opposed to 0.
Opposed to $0.
Opposed to 0.
Okay, if you can put your hands down, please.
Abstention?
All those, I'm trying to wait till hands go down.
Okay.
All those, Representative Hanlon, if you could put your hand down, please. All those abstaining? Representative Thomas? How many do we have total?
Sorry. 24.
Thank you, Representative
34,
Thomas.
34.
So 34 minus 7 is 27.
27.
Sorry, it's getting late. 27 to 6 to 1. That motion fails. Representative Thomas?
I'd like to move 64,500.
Is there a second?
I have a question.
I know there's a number on the floor.
Second. Got there, second.
What was the
I've
number?
been second, too.
64,500?
Straight.
What was the number again, please? Can you
64,500.
And do you want to speak to your motion?
Please. Just real quick, I wanted to kind of split the difference on this one. Hearing the other comments on the floor, I understand the value of investment in this. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little crosstalk here. What's going on?
No, we don't. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I was just going to say, like, in light of the other comments I heard after my initial comment, I believe it's worthwhile some, public investment in this. It does. I didn't realize it had been that long since the last time they had been renovated. So, but I kind of think, a little bit of shared investment from the golf course itself would be good on this one too. So 64.5, I think, splits the difference. Thank you.
Representative Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I have a question for the town manager. Does this sort of modify the CIP as being an incomplete CIP?
Well, we'd have to talk to the engineer to see if there's even anything we could do with that amount. Plus, keep in mind that you have the same mobilization costs whether you do 1 hole or 5 holes. So you kind of lose some of your bang for the buck when you start reducing to this level. And again, the original request was for 258, and I really did put it at what I thought was the bare minimum for maintenance. Shouldn't say maintenance, for getting the project completed within a timely manner.
Renovation.
But
Renovations,
the one other question, perhaps, would this CIP still remain outstanding as to that it would, if it's not fully funded, it still will be, active?
Well, we'll be putting in money every year, so we would check with the engineer to see if there's anything we can do with it. If not, we would hold it until we get more money next year. That's what it would come down to.
So it's possible that it could take about a year?
Well, what I'm saying, if we had full money, we know we could do something this summer. If you have half, you have to go to the engineer to see if there's any project small enough that you could do at that level. If not, if there's not a project you could do, then we would have to hold it until we receive more money. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that would probably take up to about a year or the next budget season? Is that correct?
Most likely.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
Representative Eben.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Mr. Burt, you just said that you cut the budget, which was requested, from 258 to 129, and we don't really have any text on what 129 will get us. All we have is text of the 258 will renovate, restore fairway bunkers, expand and rebuild tees on 3, and start renovating fairway bunkers on 5. So what exactly did your reduced number aim to achieve?
We had a discussion among all of us at the time, and we thought at least a good, 1 or 2 pieces could be done, but we have to talk to the engineer to see exactly which pieces.
So I'm not quite understanding why reducing it further is such a problem if there's already a reduced number and we don't know what that's going to do or can't do.
Because if you get so low, you don't have enough for mobilization and to do an actual project, is what I'm saying. We would have to talk to the engineer.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Just to further clarify, the reason I chose this number was, again, to try to split the difference, and I was hoping that the sequence we described earlier, where it would trigger town council to initiate a conversation or some other action where the golf course could dip into their fund balance and, therefore, fill in the gaps of what we're not funding through the CIP. It'd be sort of a meet in the middle kind of thing. I know that would take another couple parliamentary moves with the town council, but that's what I was hoping to do with this. Thank you.
Representative Cerf, you've spoken at least once, so I'm going to go to Representative Amboise.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. During the proceedings of this budget item, people don't know where I live. I live right behind the golf course, and I just walked over to the third and fourth hole. They did some significant overhauls to the landscape of that area. For the folks that don't know me, I've been on the R.T.M. before for 4 terms, and in a historical move, just to give clarification for some, the golf course wasn't self-sufficient. We, as a town, were actually paying to offset the losses that the golf course was incurring. Throughout those times as R.T.M. representative, every year there was a CIP for some sort of update and remodel to some part of the course. One of the ones that I can remember very vividly is the course right behind my backyard and the whole area of hole 3, the bunker section, and then the tee box for hole 4 that brings you over to the tortoise shell. So there's been significant upgrades throughout the years. I believe that the town has tried to work proactively to improve the golf course throughout the years. Again, this is a significantly higher number, but I haven't been around in a while, so I'm sure that cost escalations on things like that have gone up significantly. There was one mention about the historical significance of this course, but might I remind that this course has been redesigned significantly. The area in the northeast section was traded as a land swap from Pfizer, and then we got that great, beautiful property by the Thames River. So I'm in support of the main motion. I'm not sure exactly what this second amendment would get. I was in favor of the 0 because I don't feel there was enough information on what actual project was going to be there, but I'm sure if this does pass, there's an opportunity to rebuild the tee box or some other thing that can be done, which is what was done in the past when I was on this body.
Representative Pacino.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'd like to move the question.
Second.
Question.
Hasn't been on the floor 10 minutes.
It hasn't? Okay. You have to wait 10 minutes.
Well, no, because it hasn't.
Okay. Representative Cerf, I think, is next up.
Yes, I would like to point out again that the renovation of the bunkers isn't just a question of going in there and raking. And you certainly, if you only allocate enough money to do one bunker, we'll never get a contractor in there. This is it's a big CIP, and it can't really be done without that amount of money. And we're not even getting at all the bunkers. I think it's really, the essential. It is like, it's what we have to do to keep this golf course with the reputation that it has. Otherwise, people will stop coming. It's already, I know a few times that I've played there, it's not as if it's a luxury golf course. I can tell, not just because I'm on the R.T.M, but I can tell that is not as well maintained as they would probably like to do it. They do the bare minimum, and we get away with that, but it's the same as anything else. You don't get away with it forever. And I really don't think, I think it's a waste of our money not to just allocate the full amount. We really need to do this.
Representative Wells.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm looking at the estimated funding by year, and I'm not sure how we can spend the estimated 2029 amount and get there with with what we're looking at going forward. It's just not, it just doesn't seem to make any sense to spend a small amount of money now. And, you know, unless there's no room at the golf course for conference centers or any of these other money-making things, and we're just, we have no choice. We can't just pay for it out of the operating things. No golf course pays for itself. It depends on restaurants, bars, and various other things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the number on the floor is $64,500. All those in favor, please raise your hand. I have Representative V.C. Williams, Representative Thomas, Eben, Hanscom, Gauthier, Perry, and Scott. So that is 7. Okay, if you could please put your hands down. All those opposed, please raise your hand.
I'm struggling with my technology. Can't get my hand down.
I'm sorry, Scott, you were
A no? Oh, yes?
a yes, correct?
I
Okay.
was in favor of 64,000.
Okay,
That's what we have.
so if you can all put your hands down, including Representative Scott. If not, we can help you with that. Everyone could please lower
I
your
think
hands.
someone did.
Can thank the town manager. One of his many talents.
Okay, so we're doing now who's opposed?
If you could please lower your hand, Representative Mbois and Representative Gustafson.
I think they're voting.
And then if we have anyone abstaining, just none. So that motion fails, 7 to
32 equals.
25 to 0. So the number on the floor is $129,000. All those in favor, please raise your hand. You can lower them, please. And lower your hands, please. JC? Can you lower JC? All those opposed, please raise your hand. Representative Eben, Representative Gauthier. If you could lower your hands, please. All those abstaining. Representative Thomas. 34? So
32.
32. So that vote passes 29 to 2 to 1. We are now on CIP
4D.
4D, Park Investments ADA Compliance on page 219.
Madam Moderator, I'm leaving Watson.
Thank you, Representative Watson.
Gustafson's leaving as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eben's leaving too. Thank you.
Yes?
Go for it.
Okay, we moved the figure of 135,000. I so move.
Second. Is there any minutes with that?
Yes. There was a review for ADA compliance. There were a few things that were found that needed to be worked on or adjusted in order to comply with the compliance. And these are things we really don't have a conversation on. They've really got to be done. And all 5 of our members were in favor. You all understand, what the ADA stands for, and in fact, we gotta do them.
So your number is?
I'm sorry?
What number do you move?
135,000.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Kopp. Are there any questions? Representative Gauthier.
Yes, my question is, was there any federal or state funding being sought to help with these updates?
I have not seen, we keep our eyes open for any type of funding opportunities that come along, and I have not seen any related to renovations for ADA compliance.
Is this something that ARPA funds would be eligible for?
Right now, we only have 20,000 unassigned, around 20,000-ish unassigned ARPA dollars.
Thank you.
Seeing no other hands up, the number on the floor is $135,000. All in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
Okay, if you can put your hands down, please. Representative Surf, if you could put your hand up, thank you. Is there anyone opposed? Anyone abstaining? Then that motion passes 29 to 0. Next on is CIP 4F, which was zeroed out, so that we do not need to talk about.
I could just mention it is going to be done. It's opera money that's going to
Oh,
be
it's-
doing it.
I'm sorry. Yep, it's funded by ARPA. So we have, and I'm gonna let you know also on that line, CIP 4I is being funded by ARPA funding, CIP 4J is being funded by ARPA funding. So we are back to CIP 4H, which is Noank Neighborhood Park.
Aquatic facilities?
No, Noank, it's on page 221, the Noank Neighborhood Park.
Yeah, council.
Council zeroed it out, but we have discussed other things that have been moved. Yep. Page 221, 4H.
I think I heard the committee talking about it.
Did you guys even discuss this, or did you just say it was zero because it was zeroed out by the council?
That's what we
I'd like
did.
to make a motion to zero if we have to, otherwise we can move on.
Do we need to make a motion?
No, it's 0 if you don't
Okay.
take any action.
It's zero if we take no action. That being
All right, I
said.
don't take any action.
So the last one is 4K, which is the aquatics facility feasibility study, which was zeroed out. So I will take a motion for a recess.
So moved.
I've got a whole bunch of them. So Representative Adams, seconded by Gardner. Thank you very much. We will see you all Wednesday night for our regular meeting and then move straight into budget. Thank you all so much.
Well, we're gonna